like to call to order the Avalon City Council meeting of June 16th. If we'd please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if we could please have a few moments of silence for Pablo Romo, better known as Paul Romo. Our hearts and our thoughts go out to him and, of course, his large family. Please be seated. And if we could have the roll call, please.
Councilmember De La Rosa.
Here.
Councilmember Ponce.
Here.
Councilmember Lavelle.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy.
Here.
And Mayor Marshall.
Here. Okay, are there any announcements or written communications?
I have one of each.
Okay.
The DMV contacted the city, and they would like to come towards the end of August to make up for skipping the April. We're still firming up dates with them, and they'll be coming for like the 3 days that they normally come. And they would still additionally come in October. They're hoping to anyway. So, And then the written communication, I believe I gave each one of you electronically as well as in your basket. And that was from Margaret Bray regarding the firework display.
Thank you. The desire to have it, yeah.
Yes, sorry, ma'am.
All righty, and department head reports. Chief?
Good evening, Captain John Hawking. We're starting to see, obviously, more visitors to the island, and we are contacting those visitors that are not wearing masks and reminding them of the order that if you are around other people that are not family members, you're required to wear a mask, and you're required to wear a mask when you are in a business. We're getting mixed reviews on that from the people. Some of them right away put them on, apologize, and problem solved. Some yell racial epithets at us, and others say they aren't wearing them and just walk off. I've had a couple businesses contact me and request that we go and do an inspection of their business, mainly restaurants, to make sure that they're complying with the safer at home order. And I think that's outstanding because it protects the workers, their employees, it protects the public. And if we see something that is a quote violation or could be improved, we tell them right away, they fix it, and then everything works great. So that's all I have. Does anybody have any questions for me?
No, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Captain.
Good afternoon, Council. This past weekend, we had over 328 votes that had come in. Had 80 alone on Thursday, which was quite surprising. Obviously, Friday we figure it's going to be the big one because everybody's jockeying for a position. But it's starting to open up. Our 328 is just 23 less than last year when everything was hunky dory. So we're starting to move forward. One thing that we'd like to put out to the guests and people watching is that Avalon is a unique place and not always the good place to have political feelings. Everybody that comes over here, enjoy it. We hope you enjoy it. But let's try to leave the political side of it out of it. We had quite a couple of issues this weekend with people upset that some people are flying Trump flags. Other people are upset that they're flying Police Life Matters flags. And so when we get into the harbor with people enjoying themselves, things kind of turn sideways. So we just hope that people come over and enjoy it. And maybe the weekend that you're here, maybe it doesn't have to be a political weekend. It just be an enjoyable weekend. So having said that, do you have any questions?
Questions? No.
That's great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff. We've begun posting the no fireworks signs around town in both English and Spanish, and I just wanted to make note that no fireworks means no fireworks. The safe and sane or legal fireworks in some communities are not legal here, and even sparklers that a lot of times people, even with the best of intentions, don't see the hazard in it, but they burn extremely hot. And then usually they're putting them in the hands of small children. So no fireworks means no fireworks, and the signs are up and posted, and we're looking forward to a safe 4th of July. Unless you have questions for me, that's all I have this evening.
Good. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
City Manager?
I have nothing, and I forgot to acknowledge Scott Campbell again. He is present via teleconference.
Hi, Scott.
That's an easy thing to do.
Hello.
Assistant City Manager?
Sorry, a lot shorter here. Good evening. I just wanted to give a couple quick updates because there was a couple things that happened last week that people may or may not know about. The county went ahead and, true to their word, they revised their public health order. They are allowing certain sectors to open up. However, there are a few things that came down from the state that are allowed to open that various counties can open up, but the stipulation there is they can open up at their own pace. County has elected to continue to keep certain sectors closed, so I just want to review that list. We'll have this list posted onto our city website also. We've already communicated this information out to a lot of our community leaders and business community, but want to make sure that the rest of the community has the information as well. And so that'll get posted if it's not already on our website along with all the protocols. So just to run through some additional sectors that are allowed to open, and this was effective as of last Friday, is music, film, and television production, day camps, fitness facilities, including private gymnasiums, museums, galleries, botanical gardens, zoos, aquariums, and similar exhibition spaces, professional sports, however, those are without audiences or live spectators, campgrounds, RV parks, and associated outdoor activities. This also includes cabin rental units, swimming pools and splash pads in any setting, public or private now. For a while, it was only allowed in housing complexes or within the HOAs. For hire fishing, guided fishing, or small group charter boat trips, which we had previously announced prior. Public and private K through 12 schools can now begin to plan for the forthcoming school year. Hotels, motels, shared rental units, and similar facilities, which also includes lodging and short-term rentals, can now operate if they're not already open. They have also allowed piers to be open. They have intentionally omitted it, although they did not expressly state that they could be open. It is allowable. Piers can be open. If you have a business on the pier, you're allowed to continue to operate accordingly. And all of these, I should stipulate, all of these things that are allowed to be open are allowed to open with modifications. We've attached all of the appendixes that are specific to each of those sectors. Those are posted to the website. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to email me. If I don't respond right away, I will be responding to everybody. There is a small delay. We've gotten quite a bit of emails coming through, so I do apologize if I don't respond within that day, but we will be getting to everybody. I do also want to just add, because I think it's important, not that everybody needs to be reminded, but language was also added in the public health order that basically says should conditions warrant. So if things start looking a little different in terms of trends and data, the health officer, after consultation with the Board of Supervisors, can issue an order that is more restrictive than the guidance and orders issued by the state public health officer. So if we see trends kind of going in the wrong way, the county could kind of pull back on some of those sectors and set us back. We're hoping that does not happen. We're also hoping that, should that happen, that we continue to have a very strong case for why we should be exempted from that. And so we are still working and looking forward to working with our Board of Supervisors to find ways and means that best fit. I will just touch real briefly on things that are to remain closed. We were anticipating bars, wineries, and brewery tasting rooms to open. Unfortunately, those, including nightclubs and lounges, they have to remain closed at this time. Card rooms, which I don't believe we have really any here. Public entertainment venues, which include movie theaters, live performance theaters, concert venues, theme parks, and festivals. So if you have an event and it's a festival, unfortunately, right now at this time, it's still prohibited. Any family entertainment centers, such as bowling alleys, arcades, miniature golf, and batting cages, are also prohibited. Personal care establishments, nail salons, although the governor has said nail salons could potentially start to open up as early as June 19th. Again, just because the state allows it, we still have to wait for LA County to make that order. They have not given any indication whether they will continue to follow the state's allowance on that. That also includes body waxing and massage and body art, like tattoo type establishments, indoor and outdoor playgrounds, hot tubs and steam rooms, and all events and gatherings unless specifically allowed by the order. And so right now, we're kind of at a rock and a hard place, especially with a lot of the events. I know there's been people who are a little frustrated with planning. We definitely feel for you, and we empathize. It's definitely hard to navigate, but unfortunately right now we're not able to have that. We are trying to find ways to find out some more information about when they might be allowed. Our guess is probably not until stage 4 on some of those larger event gatherings. But with that, that's all I really have, unless there's any questions for me.
I just have a question on miniature golf, because didn't it seem like that one of those phone conversations that they were going to open up the miniature golf course?
They initially said that they were going to, but they immediately retracted that, said that they had misheard the order, and they were not opening until allowed to do so.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, though, because that...
It's the most socially distanced mini golf course in the
Not all of these make sense either. You can golf, but you can't miniature golf. You can have professional sports, but you can't have youth sports. So
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Quick question. I know that I saw recently that someone was trying to enter an establishment saying they don't need a mask because they have a doctor's note. Do we know anything of how to handle that?
So in terms of the mask, right now, the county public health order is anybody who comes into contact with another person in any of those areas should be wearing a mask. So if you're entering into a store, if you're walking along Front Street and you're about to come into contact with somebody, and by come into contact, I would say if you see people and you're coming up on 6 feet, San Francisco, I think, has the better guideline. They use a 30-foot rule. So if you're coming up, once you get within 30 feet, put the mask on. And if you're going to be there for more than 15 minutes, make sure you have that mask on. So anybody entering an establishment should have a mask. If they aren't, you are allowed to refuse service. And if you can't get compliance, I know John would be more than happy to have one of his deputies respond accordingly.
Thank you.
But that really didn't answer your question, did it?
Kind of, yeah. You should have to wear a mask. If you're around people, wear a mask.
But if they say that they have a doctor's excuse that says they don't have to...
But it sounds like at the moment that's...
What's that?
No, it sounds like at the moment doctors know it's not going to work. If you're around people, wear a mask.
Okay.
Unless you're 2 years old and younger, then it looks
Right.
like you're making...
Or have somebody else do the shopping for them or whatever they need to. No.
Yeah, we would have to see the note, and then the whole issue is, can we reasonably accommodate them? And if they want to go shopping and they want to go out exposed, we can go in and get stuff for them. But I'd have to see the note. But that I'd be interested in seeing any note where a doctor says don't wear a mask, because I haven't heard that and we haven't come across that yet.
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Yeah, and one other option regarding that would be to wear a face guard that doesn't restrict your breathing at all, like these do. So you can wear a face, basically it's like a little hat that has the shield on it, so nothing could come out, saliva and so forth, or go in. So it protects both people. And that's one thing that restaurants have to use. If the customers have their masks off because they're eating, and then the person comes up to serve them a drink or whatever, they have to have one of those face shields along with the face mask on. So I think that would, something that's reasonable, and I know the Catalina Express recommended that to one person that had a doctor's note, and they agreed to do it. They said, yeah, that would work. So it's an option.
Can I just ask both of you in terms of that? I have seen it. I know the Island Company's doing it, and I know a couple of restaurants they have the face shield and the mask on. Can you wear the face shield without the mask underneath it, not in a restaurant? And does that comply?
The way it's written for the restaurant is you have to have employees have to have the face mask on.
Right.
And as long as the other person, the customer, has their face mask on, such as they get there, they sit down, you don't need the face shield then. But now they take it off because they're eating their dinner. Now you have to have the face mask and the shield.
Right, but not speaking of restaurants specifically, but just in general, other places of business, like the post office. Can you just wear a shield and not this?
No, you need the face covering.
Okay, that
what
was
they want.
just, I thought you said they could wear a face shield, and I was like, wait, but I thought it had to have the mask underneath
For the
it.
doctor's note that they say they don't want something restricting their airflow, then a face shield is the next best thing. So it's not as good as a mask, but if they have medical problems, then we can't, if a doctor says it, we don't want them wearing a mask if they have breathing problems already or what have you. So the face shield would be the next alternative, the next best thing, along with social distancing.
Great.
Yeah, and just for clarification, the public health order actually says cloth face covering, in terms of how what their definition is of that.
So why are we all wearing these little ones? If those aren't cloth, are they? No. So why do they sell these? I mean,
I think just the face covering.
I know, but they say cloth. But go ahead.
Mayor, I think that speaks to, in the event you don't have access to a surgical mask, the paper type. So my interpretation of it is if you don't have access to one of the commercially manufactured paper masks, some sort of cloth
I see.
cover will be sufficient.
Because those are good. I mean, those are all
Right.
great. Okay, all right.
It has been interpreted in other cities that a mask, face covering, bandana would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all of the, okay, let's go to council report. Sir?
I have none.
Aren't you going to do Andrew now?
Oh, we weren't at presentations.
Yeah.
You want me to wait?
Because it wasn't listed, so.
I just wanted to say that Lisa Yesenia and I attended League of California Cities training last week. It was our second training. We have another one this week. It was very interesting because it was on city finances. And Lisa brought up a really good question in regards to, and we talked to Denise about it also, is that our property tax, the percentage to our budget is like 6%. And we were looking at other cities where it's more. But it's just that our property tax base is so small. Even though there's multi-million-dollar homes on the island, it's just that our base is so small. So that made a lot of sense as to why it was, we were like going, wow.
Yeah.
So, but that also reinforced Lisa and I to think about, we need to find other ways that aren't just tied to TOT for funding. So, but it's very, it was, and for me, having gone through this before, it was very informative. What we learned on the financial part of it. So.
Great.
It was actually a really well done call, and the two gentlemen that did the majority of the training did a great job. But yeah, it was interesting to see balancing. They were looking at a couple other cities, Long Beach and Montebello specifically for the examples they were showing, and the discrepancies of where we fit versus those cities and how things compare was a little surprising at first to see, and I couldn't tell if it was because the base was small or because the significant amount of TOT was that much larger, why it was so discrepanт in terms of how they balance each other, where the two other cities, being very different, still had the exact same percentage for their property tax percentage of the revenue. So it's kind of interesting. I just had one quick announcement. The AQMD, the South Coast Air Quality Management District, is holding Zoom call, a public meeting just to discuss the health assessment of the Edison plant coming up on Wednesday, June 24th. I don't know if you guys got the mailer for it as well. So it's a Zoom meeting. I don't know if it's posted on the city website yet. I think it is already. Jordan, what did? So I'll make sure to share that tonight, but just wanted to let people know if they wanted to join in that call that they were welcome to do so, and it's a call open to the public to join. So just some interesting information there. And then otherwise attended the meeting as well, and also attended the George Floyd memorial service and kind of super peaceful protest on Front Street. That was only 2 weeks ago. And since then have really just been digging into kind of what that means, had discussions with a number of different people and trying to see what that looks like for Avalon, both in terms of just where we are with LA County Sheriff, and then also where we are just making sure that we're taking care of our citizens. I felt very assured from our sheriff team that I think they err on the side of community policing as opposed to a lot of what we're seeing in other cities, and making sure that we're taking care of community members as opposed to punishing them. And while that punishment is there if necessary, it's better to see people having discussions and feeling comfortable speaking with officers in our community and knowing that they can ask for help when they need to, but also knowing that there's, it's that side of trying to do the spirit of the law versus the actual law, I think, where they're doing fairly well right now. So I do want to ask if the council would be in support of a proclamation supporting the 8 Can't Wait initiative. I think we all ended up going to that event, and there's a number of good policies that I think are in there that are already either on their way from Sheriff Villanueva or from the county. It's being held over to the next Board of Supervisors meeting, I believe, but wanted to see if we would be in support of that and have that come back for the next council meeting.
Yeah, I haven't looked at those things yet, and I'd like to have an opportunity to review those, so if somebody can get them to me in pen and paper form, that would be wonderful.
Agreed.
Yeah. And then I don't know if the next council meeting is too soon, but
okay.
But I definitely would like
or
to
if we
take
can
a
have
look.
documentation to review
Yeah.
the next meeting and then go from there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
That's all.
And we had a Zoom SCAG meeting, and Rex Richardson, city council member from Long Beach, is now the new president of SCAG, Southern California Association of Government. So that's good. So he's just right across the water if we need him. And today I was walking downtown and I saw this on the ground, unfortunately, because this is just a temporary one, kind of a mock-up. But I believe Jordan and Bob Greenlaw and who else, Denise?
Oh, it's just a collaborative effort.
Collaborative effort. I'm sure you were in on it too. But anyway, I don't know if this was spawned out of Dave Thompson's visit to the council last time, but wearing is caring. You must wear a face covering when others are present. I believe social distancing and washing hands, Denise said, would be taken out. You're a part of the Catalina community. Do your part to keep our island safe. And for more information, visit, and it's got one of those things, I don't want to know what you call it.
QR code.
What is it called?
QR code.
QR code. Okay. So anyway, so we're having some solid ones made, and I think they're lovely. They get the point across, few words, so congratulations. So that's it. That's all I have. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought...
Oh, no, I'm okay. Yeah, Lisa kind of covered what I wanted to say, so thank you, Lisa.
Oh.
I did want to say thank you to everyone that did show up because it really was a blessing. I know you could feel the love in the air. That's exactly how I felt. And I also want to say I felt very motivated again, just seeing the youth out there and ready to also become public servants. It just sparked another little fire that I had. But I also do want to say thank you to Captain Hawking because your presence there made a difference as well. So thank you.
It was very nice. And those pictures that were drawn by Blanca,
amazing.
And they're still there. Nobody's touching this stuff. It's really amazing that they haven't been taken away or vandaled or something. So anyway, excellent.
And I just want to commend the young adults that grew up here on this island, left this island to further their education, and we're talking all over the country, came back to their hometown because of COVID, and then saw what was going on in the world and decided they needed to do something. And they got together with Yesenia and some other community leaders, Lisa, and they said, we need to do something. So kudos to them and kudos to you guys for supporting them on doing what they felt they needed to do.
I hope this keeps the momentum going for them because that was amazing.
Yes, yes. Excellent. Okay. Presentations?
This is more of an introduction and not a presentation, otherwise it would have been listed on the agenda.
Right.
Just to be clear, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I wanted to introduce someone here who has actually been working with the city for quite a number of months, but we've only just now, it took a crisis, to be able to bring him out to the island. He's come out before this crisis. That was just a joke. But we have him here. I wanted to introduce him to the community and kind of put the face. Andrew Karatsides is the Regional Operations Manager for CR&R. CR&R is also referred sometimes to as Avalon Environmental. They're the waste haulers here. They pick up all of the trash. They do all the street sweeping. They also help to operate the entire operations over at the landfill. And so I've got Andrew here. He's been wonderful to work with. He actually has been with the company. He took over for Jay Fowler, who had departed back in September, and so Jay's been here. As you can well imagine, he's the regional operations manager, so he's got a number of other cities that he's dealing with, but he is our primary point of contact here. I wanted to invite him up to say a couple words, but he's been really wonderful to work with, extremely responsive. I know that there's been some hiccups kind of along the way, especially with the coronavirus event and pandemic happening, but we've been working to appropriately scale up services and make sure that as we continue to ramp up, that we shouldn't have any additional issues, and there should be a smooth, hopefully, transition in trash pickup and services over there. So with that, Andrew, if you don't mind.
Mayor, council people, thank you very much for having me here tonight. It's a real honor to be here and to work with the city of Avalon. Picking up trash on an island is a new experience for me, but a little bit about my background. I've been in the industry for 36 years, worked for family companies, all the major corporations in every aspect of the business, from driving a garbage truck to managing routes, working with other municipal contracts. So again, my background with CR&R has been in the last 8 months. Try and come out here. I've been coming out here every Tuesday and Wednesday and working with our staff. So it's been an interesting time with the pandemic for sure. And prior to that, I was working very closely with Denise and Michael, specifically to preserve the landfill capacity and lengthen the life of the landfill by implementing some other recycling programs that are mandated by the state of California. And I hope to get back on track with those plans because preserving that landfill life and capacity is probably my biggest priority here. So with that, if there's any questions that I could answer, I've left my business cards. I've met, I had the opportunity to meet Cindy a couple of days ago, but I look forward to working with all of you.
Okay. So as of right now, you're not able to sort?
As of right now, it's, and again, a very unique situation throughout the state of California in regards to the pandemic and with so many unknowns with surface contact. And it's been frustrating for sure for all of us because there has not been a direct direction on whether to manually sort or not. There's been a couple of material recovery facilities in California that are sorting, but through optical sorting. And
But
it's
they're what,
basically
I'm sorry?
Optical sorting, so
Oh.
a machine that basically visualizes the recyclables and then with an air system separates it. So I hope to get back to that very soon, but we're waiting for some direction, and this is not only for our operation here on Avalon, but our facilities throughout Southern California.
And Mayor, just to add, we have, this is industry-wide throughout the state with the, nobody's doing any recycling right now, or source separation rather, but we have had our LEA come out, who is with LA, and they have inspected everything, and they've given us a passing grade and no issues of violation. So we are in compliance, even though we're not doing anything temporarily right now to address that.
And furthermore, we've seen throughout our contracts very interesting trends that our residential trash, with everyone being at home, volumes have gone up whereas commercial's gone down. And I keep a daily tally on the tonnage that's coming through, and I'm starting to see a shift as things start to open. And that's a good sign. And once we've got a green light to resume our sorting, not only, and we do a wide spectrum of sorting from mattresses to food waste, and there's some other programs, again, with Michael and Denise that we're looking at to really get us more diversion, specifically with the organics. Because a lot of municipalities now are going towards food waste collection for residential homes. In San Francisco, they've had that in place for quite some years, and the organics are very heavy part of the heaviest part of the waste stream. So I look forward to working with your staff in getting to that point, and again, extending that landfill life.
Yeah, the organics, that's going to be a tough one, I think, to educate the community and really get that to happening, you know. I mean, yes, it needs to happen, but that's going to take a lot of education.
Yes, for sure. It took many, many years. I was a native San Franciscan. That's where I learned most of the business, and they've been very aggressive in basically driving the legislation for the state of California. But it is a big behavioral change.
Yeah.
And but I think we could do it, and I've got the experience and the support from my company to get to that point.
I mean, we still have a tough time with the recycling, and you give us 2 trash cans, and we still don't know, you know, it's still not being done. And the reason it's not being done, and I'm sure this is conversations you'll have going down the path, is if they say, oh, what the hell, it all ends up in the same truck at the same time, and it gets squished, and you know, so I think until sometimes there's maybe the 2 different pickups, one's for recycling and one for trash, that might help to make that transition better.
I agree, and I've got some ideas on getting us there.
Great.
Because with Amazon and the amount of home delivery, we've seen a big spike of cardboard, and people are getting used to doing things from home. So I think we have some ideas, and again, Mike and Denise have been wonderful to work with, and I look forward to getting to that point.
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, Council, comments or
Just
questions?
wanted to comment that's great to hear and encouraging to hear, and I think, you know, I think if we can justify why we're needing to do it, that people will react to that. And then also tomorrow, I believe, hazardous waste reopens as well, so if people need to do that from 12 to 2 tomorrow, which I'm super excited because I've had a couple of items for 2.5 months now to take out there, so I have an alarm set for every Wednesday from now on, so just a heads up if you want to do that too.
It's usually on a Wednesday?
Wednesday right now, I think, for the time being, 12 to 2.
Yeah.
Thanks.
3.
12 to 3? Beautiful. Even better.
So we've seen an increase again residentially and bulky items because people are at home. I know for myself, on the weekends, I've been cleaning out garages. So we're starting to see the shift, and I'm encouraged to see what's going on in this town with the restaurants and the hotels. So again, look forward to a bright future.
Great, thank you.
Is there a way for us maybe to, because we said it's going to take a lot of education, to maybe start rolling some of those out now before, you know, wait whatever we're going to choose? Maybe like how we're doing with the COVID update, you know, how to call in for what trash, or if we need special pickups, because I do see it a lot on social media where people are wondering, what am I supposed to do with this? Who do I call? Maybe we can do something like that with the city page.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing the number of people
Yeah,
that don't call for large item pickups when you can get 2 or 3 2 a year or something like that, and it's just easier for them to not pick up the phone. It's sinful that they don't take care of that kind of business.
Yes, and again, I've offered my phone number. I've talked to a lot of the businesses. I know a lot of people here now. And if there is an issue, I'd like to be made aware of it. Because I don't live here. I'd love to live here, but I don't. But it's all a matter of awareness so I could mitigate any issues.
Right, no, thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a couple comments. Okay, first of all, I wanted to say thank you very much for being here tonight, and thank you even more so for seeking me out individually and our conversation. I felt much more assured that, we're going to get ourselves back on track. So thank you very much for all of your time and effort in trying to make all this sort of a little smoother. One comment is to work on a redemption program for beverage containers for the community. And in saying that, it's my understanding that that fee that is collected for Avalon Environmental is actually put back in and goes towards our contract that we pay. Can the city staff tell me if that's a true statement or not?
I know that the recyclables that they are doing out there, yes, we get a check once a month, and they give us a full report, and we get a percentage of that.
Okay, so I know we keep talking over and over, we have to pay that CRV, is it a CRV? Is that what it's called, the CRV fee? But then the thought for some community members is that just sort of gets collected by people but never comes back to the community, and actually it does come back to the community, it does come back to the city. So it just doesn't, it's not like Sarah and I can go collect cans for a day on a cleanup and take ours to Avalon Environmental and get a redemption for it. That's
correct.
That's
that just gets put back into lowering the cost of service, essentially, for residents and their trash pickup.
Okay, so then secondly, I very much appreciate that Hazmat's going to be open again starting tomorrow. Thanks for that. But we really need to do some sort of commercial hazardous waste. So in the past, the Chamber of Commerce has done what was called a business fixer, where they brought over a truck and business community members were able to bring down their hazardous waste, and somehow we figured it out, got it off the island. Is there a program that you have that you could work with us at the city where we could do some of this business hazardous waste recycling?
Yes. I think got a couple of ideas in my head that I could formalize, just to like e-waste collection days. You have like an amnesty day, that you have a day that you market to the community and they could bring their electronic waste. We could parallel that same program for the commercial HHW. Just a matter of talking through it and working up a plan and a date. And I think what's most important, if you market it and you advertise it properly, because we do not want to encourage. I've seen some of the streets. I was out on the trucks last week, and there's some car batteries just left there. So I think an amnesty day would be, for HHW, would be a doable. Okay,
great. I'd love to explore that further with you. And another comment was regarding the orange bags for recycling. Normally we have made those available here at City Hall. It is on our fee schedule to talk about tonight, but as a separate note, with City Hall being closed, regardless of what we decide on the fee schedule, is that something that maybe I could help the community provide through the hardware store for now? I'm not sure if Vaughn's would be able to do that, but...
We stopped that, Councilmember Cassidy, because we knew that they weren't recycling, and people come in and they would grab 4 or 5 rolls, and so that's the reason it's on the fee schedule. And we were trying to cut costs, and so we just thought we'll just halt those right for the time being.
Okay.
We would anticipate having those available at City Hall again. But that's the reason we stopped it.
Okay. If any I'm throwing us out there. I'm going to throw, even Pebbly Beach out there too, maybe Vaughn's. If in the future if that's part of the encouragement, when we get back to that point, if we can make those available at a straight across pass through, no revenue, for any of the businesses, I think there's many businesses in town that would be willing to do that in order to help the recycling happen. So
But
how we can help?
I'm a little confused, because aren't the businesses already recycling? What is the orange?
The
test?
orange bags.
I know, but those are for residents, not for businesses.
No, I'm saying like if you come into the hardware store to purchase whatever you need to, you could grab your roll of orange bags as well. That's not a commercial thing. That's City
An
Hall's
extra
been
level
closed,
of
but
service.
I had forgotten that we halted that when
Yeah.
COVID happened. So I'm just saying, Sarah brought up the idea of how do we get people back into that thought process and how do we encourage that? And somebody like a service business like us, for example, we would be willing to help do that. And if Vaughn's could help do that, or others, I can't speak for them as a corporation, but
The other thing is I think we can all attest to that people just don't use them for recycling. You see it for everything else under the sun. So they're not just using it for recycling. They're using it when they go do their laundry, or everybody's using it for other stuff as well. So that's again part of that education that we have to say, because how many bags are on one of those rolls? Like 50 or?
I'm not sure, Annie.
There's a lot of them on there. So
You can buy recycling bags. You don't have to get them for free through the city. You purchase them.
Well, exactly.
I did want to just bring up, we do have currently a grant through Cal Recycle, and as one of the components on this that we're in the process of developing is some educational PSAs, a 2-minute PSA, this little video like public service announcement, and a shorter 30-second PSA. We're also working with a graphic artist to develop some logos and a catchy catchphrase to encourage recycling, and so we'll be implementing that within the next few months. We'll also work with CR&R to think outside in lieu of only relying on the Orange Bag Program to promote recycling amongst our residents and our visitors. We can also look at other ways to encourage, and so we'll work with Andrew and report back to council on any materials that are developed, and then have kind of a kickoff for the community on that, and then hopefully everybody can buy in and provide some additional feedback, because really what we want to do is look to see is it making a difference? Is the educational campaign and some of these strategies that we've proposed to Cal Recycle, is it having an impact in our community, and are we seeing recycle rates go up and whatnot? So,
And hopefully part of that program includes the schools, because children are very good about putting peer pressure on their parents.
Specifically, the school was not in the Cal Recycle grant, but I'm sure we can work with the school to help distribute anything that we need to do in order to encourage recycling, both within the student population as well as within their parents.
Right, great.
Is there a way to put on the bags what's supposed to be in the bag? Like you have the can or the trash cans out there to let you know, plastic here, glass here, whatever the case. Is there a way to do that with the bags?
Well, there is education too, there is contamination, and when we are sorting, we break those bags open, and we have stations at the material recovery facilities that basically we have one guy on bottles, one guy on cans, and we're separating, and whatever is not recyclable will go off the end of the conveyor. So the residents do know, and a lot of them are very good at doing it. Again, with the commodities market, it's been very difficult too, because China has put up a green fence initiative, and the commodity values were close to $200 for cardboard. Now they're down to about 50. So a lot of different things changing, a lot of moving parts. But I assure you, through our facility there, we've got a very nice facility, and I've given quite a few tours also when things, prior to the pandemic. And I'm anxious to get back going. And furthermore, I understand you're putting a nursery at your hardware store. I'd love to full circle our organics program and get you some certified compost back to your hardware store, and that stays on the island. So there's a lot of different things to do, and again, I look forward to doing them with you as a partner. And again, anything you need, I'm very accessible.
Yeah. Great. Further questions or comments?
Just a quick thing, Sarah, on the trash recycling and what can go in what. I know it'd be easier to have it on the bag or on the bin, but there is I think like a fourfold that the CRNR has that has a list of the items and what can go into each bag. And actually, I think lists already organics as part of that listing too, so it has different levels of recycling, specifically what the island can and can't accommodate. So we literally have that on our fridge, and just that way, in case there's ever a question, we know like what to toss where. So I know that you guys have some here at City Hall, that you guys usually have them when they do like festivals and stuff. They'll have a table, they'll have that stuff out there to take. So I don't know if it's worth trying to get that, and I believe it's on your website too, but I'm not.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's also on top of your trash can lids if you have a recycling
Yeah.
can.
Oh, there you go.
And CRNR is required per their contract to do an educational thing once or twice a year, and I know I've received them in the mail, that flyer, so.
Yeah. And I can't remember if it's in both English and Spanish, or if it's English and Spanish underneath, I believe.
I can't remember.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. If it's not Spanish, it would be good to do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe it is.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you again,
so
everyone.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, oral communication. Do we have people outside there? Captain Hawking? For oral presentation?
We might have someone, Daniel from the Zane Grey, who may not have signed up, but would
Okay.
still like to say something.
Yeah.
I don't know that he knew.
Okay. Oral communication, this is an opportunity for members of the community to speak on items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 2 minutes and no action will be taken.
Hello.
Missed
Paul-
you.
Yeah, me, I'm just coming too.
Nice to see you in person.
Nice to meet the new folks. Paul Birchall, Avalon Library. I wanted to talk very briefly, very quickly about our slow and gradual reopening of Avalon Library. The building is currently closed. We've started a sidewalk service, meaning if you have books on hold or you want a book, just call us. We'll bring it out to you. You can also order stuff online from lacountylibrary.org. I've got us declared a Tier 1 library. I don't know if... Trust me, it's better than being a Tier 2 library. What it is you can place a hold at LA County Library for any book in our system. It's going to be coming here. Only 4 libraries on the west side over town are Tier 1 libraries, but I made the argument I can't tell the folks to go to Culver City to get their books. So we're getting our stuff through the mail as well. So order books, order movies. You'll get notified. Come by and pick them up. I'm still also doing some other services on a case-by-case basis. Today, somebody needed something printed out, so I had them email it to us, and then we printed it out that way. Folks who want to browse, I just shove some DVDs on a cart, and I wheel them out, wheel the cart back, scrub it off. So we're doing other stuff on a case-by-case basis. As far as programs, we're broadcasting 2 children's story times, Monday through Thursday. Not with me, they're county story times. One at 11 and one at 3:30, Monday through Thursday. I'm doing a really crazy story time called Story Time for Grown-Ups, where I read classic stuff for about a half an hour. It's getting a pretty good reception. I've got another one coming up in a few days. I do a Oscar Wilde play with a puppet. It's kind of crazy. We still have all our online services. We still have 500,000 ebooks that are all available for you. I want to call attention to the Lucky Day collection, which is the best sellers. They have multiple licenses for them, so you can check them out for 1 week and then they vanish. Usually they're the things that have like 500 holds on them, so it's harder to get those. We also have done a digital, and I'll just do this quick one, digital library card. So if you don't have a card, just go ahead, click the link at lacountylibrary.org, get a digital card. These are electronic resources, and also they've changed them so you can now check out 3 physical objects as well. So you can actually use the digital card to check out 3 DVDs or 3 books or 3 whatevers. Suzanne and I are at the library every day, Monday through Friday, 9 to 6. Come on by. Thank you. It's good to hear you.
Thank you, Paul.
Yes, I went and got a library card, and then they shut the library.
Oh, funny.
Okay. Okay, so on the consent calendar.
I do have one online comment if you would like to entertain that. The comment that I have comes from Carly Sabaker. She writes, "Hello, Council. Thank you for all your work towards keeping our community safe during this time. I do have some concerns. One, how are businesses being kept accountable for enforcing social distancing in their establishments? 2, is there a plan for how the city will react to an outbreak, and how many weekly new cases does the island have to reach before this emergency plan is enacted?" Clara Alvarez Caraveo, a researcher at the Urban Institute's Health Policy Center in D.C. and an islander, has created a projection for the infection rate in Avalon if one person becomes infected. Since she has already sent you this brief, I will summarize. If social distancing measures are in place, it is predicted that 9 residents would fall ill, 1 would be hospitalized, and 0 would die. This is good news. From what I have seen, not everyone is observing social distancing measures, and there have been several instances of our visitors not observing these measures. 241 people would become sick, 38 hospitalized, and 11.3 would die if no social distancing measures are in place but are quickly put in place, and the island is cut off to the outside world after the 4th week of the first person becoming infected. This week we have a new case. Note that we are nearing this 4th week, as it is not the 4th week after the person discovering their infection, but the 4th week after they are infected. If no social distancing measures aren't in place, and aren't put in place after the outbreak is discovered, 3,172 people would be infected, 481 would be hospitalized, and 151.75 people would die. These last 2 scenarios predict an irreplaceable loss of life. They will be people we know. I bring this up to emphasize the importance of an emergency plan for Avalon. The policies and plans that California and LA County are making are not tailored to Avalon, with our 1 hospital, 1 grocery store, and our visitors that come from all over. If you are making an emergency plan for an outbreak, thank you. If not, please make one quickly.
Thank you. Okay.
I would say that the hospital has their plan for our community.
Yes, they do. Yeah. Okay. Consent calendar.
We have 8 items on the consent calendar.
Wait, we have another oral communications. Did
No, it's for number 7.
Oh, got it. Okay, I'm sorry.
We have minutes from the June 2nd regular city council meeting. We have warrants for a total disbursement of $700,463.98, and that's for the time period of May 25th through June 5th of 2020. We are asking you to adopt a resolution for fiscal year 1920 third quarter treasurer's report. Item 4 is the 2020 Conflict of Interest Code biennial notice, and this is to direct the city clerk to notify all city departments and advisory bodies that have previously adopted conflict of interest codes of the biennial review requirements, and to review such conflict of interest codes and report to the city council any amendments, or report that no amendments are necessary, and that is if any positions have been added or deleted, and any of the contractors that the city deals with. And this is pursuant to Government Code 87306.5, and it's required every other year. The 5th one is to award a contract. This is to authorize city staff to contract with Davis Farr LLP for professional services to audit fiscal year 2020, including the preparation of the single audit report and the state controller's report at a not-to-exceed amount of $41,750. Do want it noted that 12 RFPs were received. This amount is less than what we paid Davis Farr last year, and it would be, the contract would be for 1 year with 2 additional 1 years. Number 6 is to adopt a resolution supporting the City of Avalon's submission of an application to the Department of Housing and Community Development Local Early Action Planning Grants Program, and this Avalon is eligible for up to $65,000. Number 7 is the Zane Grey transportation permit. This is to approve a transportation permit to allow the Zane Grey Hotel the use of an Autoet-style vehicle to transport guests between the hotel and transportation hubs at the Cabrillo Mall and Island Express Heliport. I do want it noted that they had gone to our vehicle hearing officer and had been granted that transportation, the vehicle, the commercial vehicle, an Autoet, and pending your approval. And also, they had asked for more, they wanted also to be able to take their guests down the hill and drop them off, like at the spa area. And staff was just recommending the hubs, but that's up to the city council. And number 8 is on the 2020 July 4th parade and activities, and that's to approve staff's recommendation to provide for a golf cart parade through the streets of Avalon, along with other activities as listed in the staff report. Direct staff to continue to explore a fireworks show for Labor Day weekend in the event it is deemed safe for the Avalon community and visitors of Avalon during that time.
So we're going to pull items 7 and 8, I believe?
Yes, please. Item number 7, I'd like to abstain as I have a financial conflict of interest.
And so on...
And if no other comments, I'll make a motion to approve items 1 through 6.
Any questions? Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Comments? Call for the vote.
Roll call.
Councilmember De La Rosa.
Aye.
Councilmember Cassidy.
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce.
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle.
Aye.
Mayor Marshall.
Aye.
Thank you.
You forgot
I
to
threw
plug
you
us
off,
in.
didn't I, Cindy?
The what?
I threw you off calling you.
You did. I was like, wait, what? Wait, my turn, my turn, my turn.
Okay, item number 7.
I'll try to go back.
Okay, thank you, Captain.
Good afternoon, City Council. And my name is Daniel Tang. I'm with Zane Grey Hotel. And thank you very much for the recommendation to approve the transportation Autoet. But if I remember correctly, when I submit the transportation permit, I was requesting a 7-passenger vehicle. So that's the reason I'm up here. And I do understand. I also have another hearing, I think 2 weeks ago, on the liquor license permit. And they were talking about the transportation and the traffic. The only reason that I made the request for a vehicle, it is that, number one, a lot of our guests, when they walk down or walk up to our hotel, it's not really safe because there's no sidewalk for a majority part of it. You have to walk on the street. So, and also recently, when we start taking reservations for July and other days, a lot of people is asking about transportation going down to the beach or going down to the restaurant. So that's the reason I placed that request to have a 7-passenger vehicle. I think I submit the picture and the license plate number and everything. I wish the city council would be able to consider
I don't have
that.
that. It's not part of your packet because I did not have it, Mayor.
Okay, no problem. Continue.
I apologize.
Oh.
I apologize to you if that was part of your original packet, because this had been put on hold for quite a few months.
Yeah.
And I was really under the impression, so when you went to the vehicle hearing officer, did you get approved for the full-size vehicle as well as the Autoet?
No, that's why I want to ask, because when I went over to talk to Dudley, and I asked about this, and he said, okay, fill out this form, fill out all the information, attach it, bring it back to me, and we will submit it. And that's what I did. That's why I would like you to reconsider that. Take a look at it, or at least advise me what's the proper procedure to apply for a vehicle, because I'm pretty sure a lot of our clients are return clients. A lot of them, they don't like to walk up because quite a few of them are return guests. They say that's their 30 or 40 anniversary. They want to come back to the hotel. So a lot of them, they need some kind of assistance for transportation. So we would like to provide that. Since we spend a lot of money and we're also charging them a lot of money, we would like to be able to provide that service to them.
Right. So thank you. And I was one of the ones who didn't approve the vehicle when we started all of this because I was a little disappointed with the lack of parking and wanted to see how this would go. But I understand your need, but I do have a question. In the front of the building on the ocean side, is there parking allowed there at all?
Yes, even like currently, we're housing the Edison people, and they have two vans, and which they park one after another right on the side entrance, the stairs.
On the
entrance.
ocean side?
On the ocean side.
And what is that about what's our property and what is the Zane Gray's property? I mean, that's narrow where the little bit of dirt is. I mean, is that really like legal parking, I guess is my question.
I don't know, Mayor, I'd have to check with the planning department for the boundaries.
Okay. I'm just kind of concerned because when you have vehicles there, I know I used to go up there when Karen lived there, and, you get 3 or 4 vehicles parked up there, and they kind of get into the roadway a little bit, so I'd like us to look into that. But
currently, sorry to interrupt, but currently, our front entrance, originally we had 2 addresses, 189 and 199. Since the 189, we converted that into basically a lobby entrance and also for the elevator. And we do have a fairly decent space for car to turn around or for us to park there. There's quite a bit of space there.
So I guess it's just a question. I mean, I personally think you should. I think you should have a van personally, but I'm just questioning how much parking you actually have on the downside of your building in the lobby.
Mayor, before we get too far into this conversation, if he went to the vehicle hearing officer, the only thing I believe he was approved for was an autoet. This body here cannot approve a full-size vehicle. He has to go through the process of the vehicle hearing officer. A commercial full-size vehicle, there is a waiting list that is years long. So he would have to plead a case before the vehicle hearing officer. This body can only approve a transportation permit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And this transportation permit
for an autoet
is for his commercial autoet that I believe has been approved by the vehicle hearing officer.
So the only time we usually see them is if they want to appeal the hearing officer. Is that when we hear them?
Yes, you would hear any appeal if they've been denied something.
This isn't an appeal. This is us approving.
No, I know. Oh, but it's just for an autoet.
Right. Because he needs to reapply for the full-size vehicle.
So let me ask a question. I'm going back way when there was the discussion with the Island Company wanting a couple of buses or vans because they had permits. Yes. Right? They had 2 permits that hadn't used. But what about? Do you imagine when Jerry Dunn was also asking at the same time? Did he? No way of knowing.
I'm trying to remember what Jerry Dunn had requested.
He requested one to take people to his hotel, and they approved. They approved the Sequest Inn, the Seaport Village, but they didn't approve Jerry. But I was wondering, would they have had to have gone before the vehicle hearing board then too? I wonder. First.
I don't know what year that was, Mayor, so I can't answer.
Yeah.
My understanding from Mike Shahabi, and when I talked to him, he says they did have a van before. A long time ago, but I'm not sure because I'm not. That's how I was told. So
okay.
If you would like, I'll just step out and call Dudley Morand, see if I can clarify anything. Okay.
Do we need clarification, or are we just going to say what Denise is saying, and that's fine, and we'll just...
Right now, I'd have no problem approving for what he's been approved for.
For the commercial autoet.
But I will state that if anybody should have a larger vehicle, it would be the Zane Grey.
Yes.
It ticks me off that all these hotels in the flats need to pick up their guests at the boat when it's not that hard to walk to their hotels. But those hotels that are outside of the downtown area or up on a hill, I have no problem with them being able to transport their guests. So I'd have no problem right now approving the Autoette and then go ahead and reapply to get an oversized vehicle that then you can get the Autoette gone and do a regular van, a 7-passenger. Because you're only going to be able to, if it's a 6-passenger vehicle, you're only going to be able to transport 5 people. At least with the 7-passenger vehicle, you could transport more.
Yeah, for the Autoette, sometimes, if they have heavy luggage, you can only sit 2 or 3. That's it.
I did it for 18 and a half years working at Mount Ada,
Yeah.
so I know the importance of having the van.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll check with City Council to see how to apply for a regular van. Hopefully, it's not going to be 10 years.
Well, you go to the vehicle hearing officer, they hear
Okay.
your story. If she denies it or he denies it, you can always appeal it to the city council, correct?
But there's a wait list to get them right now. That's why I'm saying
Yes.
it's
It's a
fine. to
long wait
approve.
list. And I did receive a text from Dudley, and he said that was correct. They had been granted a regular-size golf cart. No full-size. Karen gave up her full-size years ago and went with taxis.
Yeah, in the 24 years that I've been here, I've never seen a Zane Grey golf cart or a van.
Yeah, I don't remember either. Well, looks like for now, David, we can only vote on approving an Autoette-style vehicle to transport guests. And the other question, or the other comment, I think, and Denise was saying that you were just talking, allowing Cabrillo Mole and Island Express helicopters.
They did ask to be able to take their guests just to the bottom of the hill.
Right.
And maybe drop off at the spa area or in the area where the taxi cabins stand.
And I'd have no problem with that.
As long as you're not staging there, I would have no
Yeah.
problem with that either.
Yeah, as long as you're dropping off and not picking up.
Okay.
Wait, okay, you're saying Cabrillo Mole, Island Express, you're also saying the taxi cab,
They can drop them off.
at the taxi cab?
Yeah.
I'm not excited about the spa current
No, I
bus
think
stop.
No,
It's not
it would
yeah.
be too congested.
Yeah.
I think in front of the taxi stand.
Yeah,
You
but
have
the
more
taxi,
space for the taxi.
okay.
And I actually
appreciate
don't
it.
mind them picking up at the taxi stand
Yeah.
either, but just not staging there for periods of time.
Yes, I'm just
Only if they
picking them
call.
up and bringing them back to the hotel or take them down there. Yeah.
So do I have a motion?
I will make a motion.
Wait, let me ask another question. So, if people are taking a regular taxi, right, we get some revenue off of that, correct? What do we get when they take a taxi, or don't we get something?
I don't know if we do or not, Mayor.
Only if they're doing it for,
Our city treasurer is shaking his head no.
Oh, okay.
I don't think,
Okay, all righty,
No,
never mind.
actually, the hotel's paying for it,
yeah.
and we'll give them a voucher. We have a voucher from the
Right.
taxi company, and we will take care of the guests, and we'll let them take the taxi, and then
Right.
we'll give them a voucher.
But we don't get a 4% or
Yes,
anything
no.
off of that cabs.
and when I worked at Mount Ada, we also had taxi vouchers for when we weren't there to pick up people.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we paid for them to take those rides.
Yeah, okay. All
May I
right,
ask one more question?
of course.
Originally, on that location, there were 2 addresses, like I mentioned earlier, 189 and 199. Since we combined them into all 199, because when I was told that when you had 2 addresses, you can apply for 2 Autoette. But now I'm only getting 1, since I only have 1 address now. I was just wondering, is there any way that I can apply for, if I couldn't get a van, at least if I apply for another Autoette, that will help me to transfer, people, provide a better service.
I wouldn't say anything on this item because on that question, it's not on the agenda.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's the city attorney talking, David, so.
Okay. I understand.
Let's start with one. Let's get you one.
And you can certainly reach out to City Hall tomorrow, and we can try to answer your question for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion. Who's my second?
Can I make the motion to approve the autoet and adding the ability to drop off and pick up guests in front of the taxi
Spa
stand?
and Circle.
Not the spa.
Not the spa.
Not the spa,
No,
just
in front of the
the
taxi.
taxi circle. Got it.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay, been moved in second. Further comment? Call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye.
So we have 4 ayes for the record and 1 abstention. Councilmember Cassidy for conflict of interest, economic reasons.
I would just be a little concerned with him if you've got people, now you've got 2 vans going, 2 vehicles. I don't know, the labor involved with that, if you're taking, it seems like starting with one is good, very good. Okay, item number 8. 4th of July parade and activities. Who's that? Is that nobody? Nobody for 8. Oh, okay. Oh, excellent. Okay. All right.
Do you have any specifics for this one, Mayor?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that I think the way that they want to go for the parade, even though we had already come up with the air, land, and sea theme and all of that, and the council had approved that. I guess it's just really not the time based on what we've been doing. So, or with COVID and all of that. So, I think the home decorating contest and the parade, I think that's a great idea. I believe in Denise, if you can explain kind of the theme, what they were thinking of for the parade.
I left my notes at my desk, Mayor, but it was something about Catalina and then Avalon Strong and all. It's because of the virus and everything the community has gone through, and that we would have, instead of our grand marshals of our air, land, and sea, that we would have first responders, whether it's fire, all the hospital, not everybody obviously, anybody that's kept us going during this virus thing, whether they're post office, all the Vaughn's employees,
right.
Anybody that's kept us going during this time. And that was Dan Hunke's suggestion. I thought it was a really good one. And so.
Okay. So do we kind of okay with that? So just on the parade and the home decorating?
I still think I'm not gonna vote against having a golf cart parade, but I just want my comments out there that I do not believe that this will be a socially distanced event. I don't think, with even people coming out of their houses on the sidewalks, there will still be people milling around on Front Street and whatnot. I just don't think it's going to be a socially distanced event. But I want us to celebrate our independence, and I think it's important. I would have rather have seen us do the fireworks than to try to do this. The seniors did a great job. There was some concerns at the beginning about milling around and whatnot. I'm not sure about the end of it, but I just think it sets a bad precedent that the city be putting on an event that I just don't think is going to be socially distanced. So, but I'm not going to vote against it because it's for the greater good of the community. But I just wanted to be able to make those comments publicly.
Yeah.
And I did find the theme, Catalina Beautiful, Avalon Strong.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I have a feeling we're not going to get. Now, one of the things we could do is, number one, just limit it to golf carts. I don't think we're going to have a lot of those folks that usually create these beautiful masterpieces. They're not. I don't think we're going to have those people, and sadly. And I think using the route that they use for the graduates, I think it would work fine if we just limited to golf carts, had nobody actually walking in it like they used to do. We get the Boy Scouts or whatever. If we just keep it to golf carts, that might keep it more sane. And then I know that Dan and those folks can, there's no USC band, there's none of that other than something, making some music, the Chimes presentation of patriotic music. But let's talk to the captain.
Yes, ma'am. I was at both of the parades, the senior graduation and the one prior to that with the seniors, the prom. And the only issue that I saw that we would have to make sure does not happen with the 4th of July parade is when the vehicles, the golf carts are lining up, people have to stay in their golf carts. That's where the problem happened. I wouldn't say a problem, but that was my biggest concern out of everything. The rest of it, there was no problem at all. And as soon as I pointed that out to both the people that were running it, they corrected it right away. Okay. So there was no problem with it, but this one would probably be much bigger. You have more than 35, 37 students graduating. And I would want to make sure that they stay in their golf carts at the lineup. That's what the end of it was fine. The middle of it was fine. There was nothing there. It was just the beginning. Right. And I don't think it would be a problem having it if they stay in their golf carts at the beginning. We would have to have deputies out there, right, code enforcement, everyone, just remind them. And it's not their fault. They just see their friends and they want to say hi to them. And right. I mean, they aren't trying to violate the thing. And then the LA County Health Department has regulations for golf cart or for parades, vehicle parades, and you can't have anybody walking. They have to be in a vehicle. There's all these different things, and because of Lisa's question, they at first were saying no golf carts at all in a parade. And then she pointed it out to the health department, and then they took golf carts off it and said you can't have golf carts, especially for us.
Okay.
So the biggie, I just want to make sure everybody knows they have to stay in the golf carts at the beginning. That would...
My comment wasn't necessarily just to the participants of the parade, it was to the spectators as well.
Does it make sense to not have it go on Front Street?
Of course.
It wasn't going to go on Front Street.
No, but even the houses on the flats.
Yeah.
So I do will say that when we started this idea, it's because we're not going to do fireworks because nobody's going to be here and we don't want the crowds. And then the parade was more or less going to be at that point because we didn't have any. We were still on lockdown or whatever you want to stay at home. That the mayor's idea was to have the parade just so we could have something for the local people going up and down our street. So just because we've opened up some and visitors can now come and stay in our hotels, and it's changed the dynamics a little bit, so I can see what Cindy is saying. And I just want to remind you also that you did get that letter from Margaret Bray, and I was asked to read this one section to you.
Well, before we do that, do we want to talk about the parade? Is it something we want to do? I would like to see the parade, but that's just me.
I would like to see the parade. I'm wondering if city staff could work on some ideas to mitigate and allow for social distancing. I would assume that by 4th of July weekend, knowing how much, just from working this past week, how much boats are filling in, helicopters are sold out, tours and attractions are filling in, hotels are selling out, that we're going to need to have mitigation in place on the beaches and Front Street anyway, potentially. Mm-hmm. And so trying to sort out what that would look like. I don't know if there's a way to do that on Front Street and not cause a ton of work to have to be done with the staff that we currently have. But I would like to see it happen if we can, and I think by avoiding the parade on Front Street, at least you get more people at the households or places where they're staying. It concerns me a little bit if people are at their hotel and everyone bunches together right in front of the hotel property. How do you then separate them there too? So
that's one of the concerns that I'm addressing. Is you have 35 feet of a sidewalk and you have 47 guests.
Right.
How are you going to? Plus, you have everybody else's houses.
Right.
So that I want us to celebrate the day, but I think a fireworks situation would have been a lot better. And I don't think that we could even change that at this point. But that being said, I believe the city is going to get a lot of negative comments about, so-and-so's not wearing a mask, and they're not social distancing at this house, and they're not social distancing here. And even though a majority of people are trying their hardest to follow the rules, we've all been doing this now for a couple months. We all know how many text messages we get when, this person is in the grocery store and they don't have a mask on. I mean, I just foresee the 4th of July being an uncomfortable weekend for a lot of people. We're also seeing negative comments online about, visitors coming to the island, that our residents haven't been so friendly. The mask situation has been very difficult for a lot of the hoteliers that have opened. Not everybody is interested in wearing a mask. The sheriff's department has been on the front lines of all the negative comments that, they ask somebody to put a mask on. We've all been yelled at. We've all been called horrific names for asking people to wear their masks. I'm saying, as a part of a city, I don't want to be responsible for creating that havoc in town.
And I see that even when the 4th of July parade is going down Front Street, you've got all these people sitting on the beach that really don't even care about the 4th of July parade. And when it's dispersed like that, I think there's going to be less interest in seeing it, and they're going to be doing other things. And I can't imagine the parade being much bigger than the graduation, personally, if we're just limiting it to golf carts and people are back to work. Because a lot of the people a lot of the people that are in the parade aren't locals. That's true. So that gives them something to do, but I don't think we're going to have the extravaganza.
And if they're in a vacation rental in the flats, they don't have a golf cart.
Right, yeah. So, okay, well, let's vote on the parade first and see what we're doing. I make a motion to approve to have a golf cart parade to the streets of Avalon. Is there a second? If it dies for a second, we have a parade.
Right.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Can we just do a quick discussion real quick?
Oh, please.
Does it make sense to have a dinghy parade that can be more socially distanced instead of a golf cart parade this year?
The dinghy parade is typically done by the yacht club, and typically the locals do not participate in, you guys remember when Caleb participated with that big boat in the parade a few years back? I don't think you really have a lot of people that do that. They can just do it on their own.
Yeah.
But you've got,
I'm just saying, I don't know if it makes sense to, whether it's talk to Joe's and see if we can have people get to decorate Joe's boats or whatever, but something that would allow for better social distancing that doesn't have to be. I understand Cindy's concern. I understand wanting to have it because of the tradition and because of something good for people that are living here too, but I also understand the concern.
Well, I like the captain's comments that as long as they're in their carts and they have their masks on and they're not milling, if that was the only problem, I don't have a problem. And Dan will be there. We can get volunteers. We could get some Rotary members or Lions Club members or people out there to help do it until they take off. And then after that, it kind of goes on its own.
Most people that know me know that my first favorite day of the year on this island is the kids' Halloween parade, and my second favorite is the 4th of July parade, so much so that I don't even go on the fire truck because I'll miss the parade.
Yeah.
So for me, the parade is a very big deal, but I just have the concerns about the responsibility of the city.
And I wonder, I don't know if maybe perhaps the visitor count as well for that weekend can be looked at. Again, it's the difference of having more people in town, which feels like it's a lot more right now, but it's really relatively not. If we look at what the boat schedule is for that weekend and say maybe it makes sense, it also is on a Saturday, which is just going to automatically ramp up the number of people in town anyway. Like I see both sides of it, and I honestly am not sure.
Okay. Our next council meeting is when?
July
7th.
So after. Right, we have to decide now.
Yeah.
And before you vote, we should see if there's any e-comments or any comments
about the parade.
I've received no comments.
Okay. Well, there's a motion and a second. Let's call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye. Because you did say you would.
I did say, I just wanted,
Okay.
my comments
Okay, no, I
for those
appreciate
that are very concerned.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's talk about the fireworks, because it's not a dead issue.
Okay, so first I'll read what's in the portion of this communication. I was wondering if you could share this email with City Council, and I'm asking that maybe they reconsider the fireworks show. I understand the reservation of crowds, but if we don't have the USC band here and the golf cart parade down Front Street and the crowds will be thinned out. Most people will be viewing the fireworks from either their homes or scattered around the beach and other spots. I really don't think there's going to be a huge crowd gathered in one place. I think it would be nice to have a fireworks show after what we've all been through. It brings happiness to all. It would be a wonderful to have a celebration, a safe celebration. Again, I am asking that you share this with the City Council. So after I received that, I did reach out to Dan Hunke over town today. He reached out, and I haven't even been able to speak to Chief Krug about this. He had reached out to our pyrotechnic people, and they had contacted the Coast Guard because we have to get their permit. And the Coast Guard said that they would be fine with it as long as they hand walked our application over, or the pyrotechnic people's application over to them by Friday, that there was a barge available and that Chief Krug would have to sign off on the permit. So, okay, there you have it. Sorry, I didn't get to warn the Chief.
I received an email today from Long Beach Fire, who oversees the loading of the barge, and was asked, "Are you having a fireworks show?" I said, "Absolutely not." This is all news to me that we're trying to pull a fireworks show together at the last minute.
I didn't know what direction this would take tonight.
But what does that mean, other than if we decide to do it, he's going to think you lied to him?
I can tell you what it means as of this morning is that if there was things in the works to have a fireworks show, I shut them down this morning along with Long Beach Fire Department.
Say that again.
It is what it means as of right now. I told the vendor there's no fireworks show.
Oh, okay.
So we're saying wait till Labor Day, right?
No, we still could pull it off, though, right? I mean, we had until...
We don't know that. Typically, there's quite a bit of work that goes in, months of work that goes into securing a pyrotechnicians, the licensing, the permitting, the inspection, the Coast Guard, Long Beach Fire, Avalon Fire, and then all that material has to be transported. I'm not saying it's not possible, but that's just on the fireworks pyrotechnic side of it. That's not even addressing the COVID side of it and all the other issues that come along with that.
Right.
But as of this morning, I was on the phone and getting emails saying I don't know anything about a fireworks show, and absolutely not. So, just so you know.
Okay.
I don't have anything. I'm just reading what I got.
And I will say, I read a story this morning. The city of Clear Lake, up in Clear Lake, is doing a fireworks show. They are the only city in the area, community-wide, around Clear Lake, that is going to do one. All the other cities in Clear Lake have said, no, we're not going to. And it's actually their Lions Club that puts it on. But they're doing it in a social distancing way, that you sit in your car to go out to where they shoot them off. You'd sit in your car. So we just don't have that type of ability to do, it just, a lot of communities are not doing fireworks this year.
It sounds like it takes a lot of work, so I'd rather do it correctly, and we can just focus on that parade because that already has its own concerns, and then we can move on and do the fireworks correctly as well.
I think when I talked to Dan, there was one other city in SoCal that's doing fireworks. I don't know but that was it. My concern is it hits the media that we're having
4th of July fireworks, I mean, we're going to have enough people here anyway, I do believe, but then, and then, dang, how many more people try to show up? And we could still be sold out anyway because business is really starting to pick up fast. And then, so then you could say, oh, well, what the heck? We're filling up anyway, so why not have the fireworks? Versus my comment that if we're not having filled up, but we find out we're good, the SoCal, finds out we are, then they will come over. My concern is the distancing on the beach, because we can stay home or we can go up on, the terraces and we can do all of that. And so this is going to be the Harbor Department and a captain's question. How do we do social distancing on the beach with fireworks?
I think it would have been easier to have, I think really what we're saying is we're picking one over the other. So if we're choosing to do a parade, that is one way of celebrating our independence and having some joy in that particular day. So I personally don't want to push for fireworks. I'd rather push for fireworks over Labor Day weekend and sort of like, here's where we are. But if the conversation went differently where we weren't going to do a parade, then I would want to have done something for the 4th of July. But I concur and have received the same information through some of the COG members that there are very few fireworks being done in cities over town. And with the environmental impacts of COVID that have been so positive, we're going to be able to sit on the beach here and watch the fireworks on the mainland.
If there's any going on.
Like, Redondo Beach is the only one I know of.
You're talking, it's a 4th of July, it's on a Saturday this year. People that do come over are going to not just be sitting down quietly, they're going to be enjoying themselves. And by the end of the day, all inhibitions could be gone, and how do you control that? So
yeah, I know.
Very good point. You're not going to control it. You're just not. You have a parade, people are going to stop and want to watch. I mean, if it's not going down Front Street, then you got a good shot at not having a lot of people watch it. And if you're not going to have a lot of people watch it, why are we going to have it? The other side of that is fireworks. People are going to sit down on the beach, on the mole, on the casino point to watch, and islanders and tourists. And again, you're not going to be able to keep them separated. The COVID is still there. Yeah. It's still there. And as much as we want to have a parade, as much as we want to have a fireworks show, COVID is still there. And people on the mainland that coming from the mainland over to here, they don't think of it as an issue. Well, in our little town, it is an issue. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's just, there's no way you're going to be able to keep social distancing if you get through all the requirements that you have to do to have the fireworks. They're still going to want to, sit on their boat, sit on the beach, sit at the casino mall, and you have to understand that. I don't see how you could keep social distancing. There's not enough cops in the world to keep everybody separate. So I don't know. It's 1 year. 1 year. Maybe prudent thing is to let's live to fight another day and think about it next year and have one heck of a fireworks show.
Yeah. Okay.
So anyway.
Yeah, thank you. And Captain, do you want to address that social distancing? And Chief?
I was just I pulled up an email back in May when I originally was talking with the vendor and we were discussing if there was going to be a show or not. He indicated to me that typically he has 30 shows that he shoots on 4th of July. All of them have been canceled.
Right.
So, and that's, I'm certainly comfortable with, it's a very safe operation. The pyrotechnic side of it clearly isn't the issue. It's how do we deal with the crowds and the social distancing. That's what's on the plate right
Right.
So I just wanted to clarify that.
Totally understand.
Yes, ma'am. And I agree with Cindy that even the parade, I mean, if everybody stays at home in their houses and there's no parade and there's no fireworks show, it's best for COVID. okay? However, I really think we have to do something. You voted for the parade already, we'll do the parade. How am I going to keep people from, or have people social distance? I can't even have them wear their masks. I think if we're really strong on keeping them in their golf carts at the parade beginning, and at the end, they disperse and go back to their barbecues at their houses and all that, I do not recommend having the parade go down Front Street. Right. We're going to have the same, it's going to be the same as every 4th of July here. You're going to have thousands of people out there. It needs to go up and down the flats and so forth. And the fireworks show, if there's fireworks out there, they're going to come. And we're going to have a lot of people. And then you talk about the alcohol at the end of the day and people that plan the social distance and they aren't. But I know there's a lot of people that want fireworks. I mean, we all want fireworks. We want a parade, we want fireworks, we all want that. But we have to, and talking to Mike, does that kind of go against a special event? Fireworks show? And that's one of the things in the Safer at Home order that says you can't have because of the possibility of COVID and so forth. And so if you ask my opinion, I would say have the parade, do not have the fireworks show, and we'll do our best to get everybody to social distance the best we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you have an answer to his question?
I do have one comment that came in. Kathleen Hill Carlisle writes, "You've got to give more time for comments. Fireworks are better than a parade. Easier to social distance with fireworks. People can still spread out all over town. If we have visitors like we're here last weekend, then a parade is going to be a disaster. If you can pull it off, fireworks would be great."
That's the only comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we read what the proposed July 4th activities for this year are proposed to include a golf cart parade? All decorated motor vehicles will be included. We're going to keep it just golf carts, right?
Yes.
Well, 10 a.m. judging for home and business decorating contest, chimes presentation of patriotic music, 12:30 parade lineup along Casino Way, parade start and judging of entrance, 2 p.m. awards presented and a parade route for cart decorating contest, awards presented for home and business decorating contest, 3 p.m. dinghy parade, 8 p.m. Let's Get Loud tribute to our essential workers, and at 9 p.m. tribute music over Avalon, from 15 to 20 minutes played from 333 Wrigley Terrace Road.
It sounds delightful. I think I'll be there. Okay. Okay, so fireworks, we're putting the kibosh?
Yep.
No. Okay.
Then I make a motion to approve staff's tentative plans.
Right. And golf carts only?
And golf carts only.
Okay. Then a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Who was my second? I'm sorry.
Lisa. And then the vote, please.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
And Mayor Marshall?
Aye. Okay, fee schedule.
Can we?
Oh, yes.
Can we do hospital board real quick?
Of course.
Just get that out of the way.
Okay. That's you, huh?
That's me.
And we have those yearly, and we try to always adopt them by July 1st, and Matt Baker will be giving you a little PowerPoint presentation on it.
Oh, looks
So
like
we
we
have
have a public comment.
Should I open the public hearing?
I think you should have Matt give his presentation first.
Oh, first,
and then-
okay.
And then open the public
Okay.
hearing for comment.
Oh, there he is.
He's our AV guy today, too.
We have a changing of the guards.
No.
Oh.
a 15-minute tutorial from Jordan on how to work the AV equipment, so I apologize if anyone's not used to the quick jumps that I was making.
You did a great job.
Evening, Council. I just have a quick presentation just to go over some of the highlights from the miscellaneous fee schedule. And on one of the fees, I have kind of several rates where I'm looking for specific guidance on, as well as so again, just as a recap, the idea behind the municipal fees is that these are fees that we're charging to recover the cost or a portion of the cost of service that we're providing for a particular individual or a business. The fees are designed either to recover the full cost or at least a portion of the cost, with taxes to subsidize the rest of the cost. So an example would be a rec fee. If I wanted to join a basketball program, the fee would be designed to cover at least a portion of those costs, because I'm the one who is benefiting, not the general public. So that's the general idea behind all these fees, is the person receiving the benefit, or the individual or business receiving the benefit, are the ones that are ultimately paying for the services the city's providing. Our fees, like any business, go up each year. Generally, what the city has been doing, or at least the last couple fee schedules I've been here, is increasing our rates based on CPI. So that's the Consumer Price Index, and that's for LA County specifically. For the year ending December 31st, 2019, CPI was 3.07%, and the vast majority of the fees in the fee schedule I've proposed, or staff has proposed, increasing by that 3%. Again, we also round it to the nearest dollar, so sometimes with that 3% increase, it might not actually change the fee because of rounding. So the following fees on this slide are new fees that have been added to the fee schedule. Previously mentioned this evening, we're proposing a $1 orange bag fee. Really the intent behind that, while it would partially offset the cost the city pays for the orange bags, it's really more designed to encourage people to use the orange bags for their intended purpose. We do have people come in and grab multiple bags, and we have gotten reports of people using bags for purposes other than recycling, and so we thought by having a nominal fee, it would, one, help recover some of the costs for the city, but more importantly, it would make people really consider, do I need the bag for the purpose that they're designed for? Similarly, we're proposing a film application permit. The intent behind this fee, as I understand from Dan, is there's a lot of work that gets involved into coordinating site visits and things like that before a film ultimately decides to shoot and then ultimately pay those fees. And so this is a way to make sure that people that are potentially getting tours or looking into film are seriously considering it, just to recover some of the costs of staff time in the event they ultimately don't choose to film on the island, but we've taken the time to tour them around and such. Similarly, a laminating fee of $2, really just designed occasionally when we have temporary permits, people ask for those to be laminated, and so just to recover the cost of the materials and staff time. Special event beach, we've had a special event fee, but one not specific for the beach. Again, in discussions with Dan, the cost would be similar to our special events for Joe Machado Field. So, his staff time, making sure the setup is done appropriately and safely, as well as that the takedown and cleanup's done safely. That fee schedule would be based on the type of business or individual looking to utilize it. So there's, I believe, 5 categories where a small nonprofit would have a lower fee than, say, a for-profit business looking to use the space. And then I'm going to discuss it later on another slide, but we're also proposing an annual dinghy permit. And I'll go into more detail of what this means and kind of the rationale for that fee in a later slide. Then lastly, there are a couple of fees that weren't in the fee schedule that was provided to council on Friday. Apologize. These were left off kind of in the editing process, but should have been included. One is a temporary use permit. Again, these are all planning fees. Another fee is for work commencing before a permit. Our fee schedule had previously listed as 3 times, but it was pointed out to me that the Muni Code limits that to 2 times, so it's really just correcting for that. Again, another planning fee for concrete material testing, cost plus 20%, and I have another slide that goes into that, but essentially what that means is when you see that in the fee schedule, we're utilizing an external contractor for those services. And so we're looking to be reimbursed for the cost of that external contractor, plus 20% of whatever that cost is for staff time, coordinating with the contractor, paying it through AP, et cetera. And then lastly, services switchboard solar system. So this is another planning fee. We had a fee structure for traditional electrical setup based on voltage, but we didn't have anything for solar systems, and so that's a new fee specific for solar systems.
And what is a switchboard?
That is an excellent question. Bob, you want to help me with that one, or? So that's a planning question, and I'll be happy to get an answer for you for that tomorrow. But I was borrowing that language from the pre-existing schedule for the.
Okay.
Sounds like it might be the electrical fee, like almost like an electrical permit to make sure that it's wired correctly and into Edison's system correctly. So it could be that, and I'm sure that even putting in solar panels needs to be inspected. So I think maybe that.
Okay.
So again, it was brought to my attention that the fee schedule kind of lists cost plus 20% in several different ways. I think this is a product of fees getting added over the years and different people adding them in their own ways, as well as different departments having different ways of saying the same thing. So the one on the top is planning, where it's 20% of all the costs below, and so then you would look at the cost below, and the 20% premium would be on whatever those costs are for those services listed below. With Public Works, how it's broken down there is with the costs and that 20% as the admin fee on top. And then lastly, with the transit, it's just straight up says cost plus 20. My goal is to standardize the fee schedule so we don't have 3 different ways of saying the same thing. But essentially, anytime we're using an outside contractor for a fee for a service for a particular individual or business, we have a cost plus 20% to recoup the cost of staff time to coordinate with the contractor. So as I mentioned, the majority of fees, we're looking for a CPI increase of 3%, with the exception of Section 6, which is harbor fees. Again, the harbor is an enterprise fund, and so the intent behind that is the fees should recover the cost to provide those services. One of the challenges with running a harbor is it's not like a lot of other businesses in that even when we don't have a lot of visitors on the island, there are a certain level of services we need to provide. So for example, even when we were closed to non-transient boaters, we still had multiple patrol officers on shift 24 hours a day to respond to the any safety concerns that might have happened out in the harbor. What we're also seeing is social distancing has had different effects on different types of visitors coming to the island. And by that I mean, looking from a revenue standpoint, I know JJ gave it by boat standpoint, but by a revenue standpoint, our harbor mooring fees are about 90% of what they were for the same days last year, which is excellent. Well, it could be better, but it's definitely trending in the right direction. Unfortunately, our cross-channel and our cruise ship visitor counts aren't anywhere near prior levels or near that 90% number. And so what you're really seeing is a shift in who's actually benefiting from the harbor services, whereas before the boating community made up about 5%. If we assume the cross-channel and cruise ship passengers are half of normal, you'd see that boating community making up a greater percent, say 10 or 11%. And so what we're really proposing is shifting some of those costs onto the people that are going to be using the harbor in this upcoming year. And again, we also have some costs that are going to be increasing beyond CPI that are fixed costs that we're going to have to pay. So for example, pension liability is up. It's a $40,000 in unfunded liability increase from last year just for the harbor. So again, what I did is I wanted to kind of put together a simplified chart here to show the amount of revenue we get from the mooring users compared to the cost to provide the services to them. So what we're seeing is mooring revenues, and so that's annual mooring permits plus nightly mooring, brings in about $2 million a year in a normal year. If you by the assumption that harbor patrol or harbor operation staff time is 50% related to those mooring services, which I think is a fair estimate, especially when you consider that the third shift, the graveyard shift, is really only catering to those mooring users since no other businesses are open. I think the 50% is a reasonable number. If you also look that we annually lose about $250,000 operating the fuel dock, and that service is really only for the benefit of the boaters. And then also the shore boat subsidies, another $239,000. And then what I did is I took all other harbor costs, so whether that's paramedic services or vehicle maintenance costs, finance time working on the harbor, multiplied all those by 5.5%, which is the boaters' visitor share of the cross-channel counts. So I borrowed that from the chamber statistics, multiplied that by the 5.5%, and so that's kind of all the other charges. And so what I'm trying to show is that the mooring users' revenues that we charge even currently under normal conditions don't cover all the services we provide to them. And so the next slide just shows that if our cross-channel cruise ship visitor count drops in half, their relative share of all those other services would even increase more. And so that's why I'm looking to increase those harbor service rates by more than CPI.
Okay.
So I wanted to provide council with options. While my preference or my recommendation would be 10%, there is the risk that if you raise rates, fewer people come and it defeats the whole purpose. I think we've seen strong numbers from the boating community, so I'm not as concerned, but I do recognize that that is a risk we would be taking. So what I have on this chart is the nightly mooring rates. We have the current fiscal year 20 schedule on the left, and then moving CPI 5% and 10%, what those nightly rate differences would be. So you can see for the 30-foot and under boat, the price would go from $39 a night to as much as $43 a night if you were to elect the 10% increase. I wanted to provide some context as far as pricing. So on this next slide, what you see is the mooring fees at the Isthmus. I pulled this from the Island Company's website. So as you can see, even in particular amongst the smaller boats, the nightly mooring rates are more or less in line with the one-day rate for the Isthmus. I mean, again, to keep in mind, the Isthmus does offer, I believe, 6 days, get 7 free, but just on a one-day comparison, you can see they are comparable until you get to the higher boats where ours are slightly higher. So again, what this is just in terms of nightly dollar increase, another way to show it. So the 30-foot and under, if we went for the full 10%, would be $4 a night more, and if we went just say with just the CPI, it would be $1 a night more. So what this means for a boater, if they were to use a mooring year-round in the city, so this is factoring the shoulder season rates and the winter rates, which are unchanged, are in the proposed fee schedule. A 10% increase would mean for a boat 30 feet and under $800 a year approximately, and that goes up all the way to $1,400 for a 59-foot boat. So that isn't a small amount, but again, the challenge we have is the nature of who is using the harbor has changed. If you agree with the assumption that we're going to have fewer cross-channel and cruise ship visitors given social distancing and restrictions related. So again, this is the what the increase would be for leased moorings from the city. So again, how you would read the schedule is for a 30-foot boat, the current price is $1,403 for the year. A CPI increase would be $43. If we were to go for the full 10%, it would be $140 a year for the leased mooring. And that's for the 30-foot. And then you can see how that would go. I do apologize. I was working on this slide kind of as we speak. It looks like I only got to the 50-foot CPI increase, and I haven't done the math. So what the numbers are for the 16 above, that's not the dollar increase, but that's the total dollar amount. Similar for the 50 feet and above for the 5 and 10. I thought it was easier to show just the dollar increase, but I clearly didn't get to finishing the slide, so I apologize.
That's okay.
And then lastly, what I mentioned earlier, the concept of an annual dinghy permit. So the rationale behind that is we do have users of the harbor services, people that have dinghies in the harbor that they tie up. Currently, it's a free service to the community. And talking with the harbor department, it's my understanding that Harbor Patrol has to periodically move the dinghies, especially in storms, as well as pump out the dinghies. We also maintain the dinghy dock on an annual basis, whether that's new painting, new hinges, what have you, the normal maintenance. And so we're not looking to fully recover the cost of providing the dinghy, but we're really just looking for a nominal amount to recover some of the costs for the service that those users are getting. So with that picture of a full harbor, which is always nice to see, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
On everything?
On anything and everything.
Okay. Well,
I'm guessing it's going to be related to this slide.
no. I'll start at the beginning.
All right.
One of them is about construction. Someone was talking to me, and they cities that they charge for scaffolding. So if you put scaffolding up, there's a fee to have that there, and part of the reason for that fee is maybe they get work done quicker if they can just sit up there for nothing. So anyway, I don't think we have a fee for scaffolding.
That would be an encroachment permit if it was on city property. Are you talking about city property?
Yes.
You would have to pay for an encroachment permit.
But how much is an encroachment permit? Versus scaffolding?
Are you saying it's like a per day fee or?
Well, and it's a square footage fee. So if, for example, in front of I don't mean to pick on the Atwater, but as long as that scaffolding was there, all we got is an encroachment fee, and how much was that? Versus a scaffolding fee.
It's cheaper by the month, I know that.
Okay. I don't know.
I'm looking, Annie.
Bob, have you looked into, do you know about scaffolding fees?
Yeah, it would be
You'll come on up, I'm sorry.
yeah, that would be an obstruction permit, okay, versus an encroachment permit. An
You're right.
encroachment permit is, longer term, okay, so, and, it really depends on how long it is. Usually they'll take them out for a month, but if there's increased costs, then we can also put those in too. So it's not just as simple as a straight fee, okay?
Yeah,
There's some
well,
other-
I don't know if I don't know, but I just heard that some cities do that, and it generates some decent money for cities, and if we're not making much on I'm sorry, I didn't look at every one of these, so bad on me. But, so what do we get on an encroachment permit?
I'm looking at it and I couldn't readily find it. Yeah.
It's on page 13, about a third of the way down.
Thank you. 13, about a third encroachment permit. So it's $224 for how long?
It's $237 for a monthly and $78 for a daily.
I mean, that's nothing to me. If that scaffolding that's sitting up, how long was the scaffolding up in front of the Atwater?
Well, actually, we don't want the scaffold up at all, and we'd like it not to be encroaching, but we, try to accommodate them only when it's absolutely necessary. So what I tell contractors when they're out there, it's not for convenience, it's for necessity. So whatever you do and you're in the public right of way, it's everybody else's to use, but if you need to be out there, you need to do it very quickly and at the right time of year.
I know, and I guess the Atwater, that was up there for how many months? Quite a few.
Yes, it was. But what they did to mitigate that is they came in with where you could walk under the scaffolding. So the sidewalk was still open.
Right.
Okay, so, that was a pretty high dollar scaffold for them too. It wasn't just like they were occupying it and blocking it. Yeah, it was a safe scaffold, just like you would have in a major city.
Yeah, no, I know. And they probably charge them more than $237 for a month.
But they had a monthly fee on that the whole time they were there.
But it's only $237 is what I'm saying. Okay, well, if you don't think we need one, I'm just trying to raise a little bit of money for the city. One of the things is the golf cart rental fee, or golf cart fee. A dog license is $34, and I think it went up and to have a golf cart, it's 30-something. To me, I think the golf cart, we have code enforcement that goes out and tickets them. We have to get rid of them off the streets. We have to send them to the mainland, blah, blah, blah. $30 or whatever it is here is not near enough.
I think you're touching on a great point, Annie. And so the whole intent behind the fee schedule is it's really supposed to recover the cost of the service, and if not the full service, we should know how much is not being recovered based on the fee. And how we would do that is a cost of service study, somewhat similar to what we are working on with the sewer, saltwater, solid waste. But what would happen is we'd look at every fee in the schedule. We would look at how much staff time truly is associated with those fees and what the true cost of that fee is. And so that way we know if we are charging $250 for an obstruction permit, what is the true cost to the city to issue that permit, to inspect, what have you. And so that is something that we should be looking into, and something as a general rule every few years we conduct and update. So that way, if the $33 vehicle license fee isn't really fully covering even staff time to register, put the sticker out, etc., that the fee amount really should be recovering the services that individual is benefiting from. And so what my recommendation would be is that we look in the next budget, and I know money's obviously going to be tight in this budget, but one of the benefits of this type of study is potentially we could recover more money based on revised fees that truly reflect the total cost of the service that we're providing.
No, I totally get that, but I think in the interim we don't just put a 3.07% increase on those. I think we could easily justify it in our minds without being an auditor or whatever, that $30 or whatever it is nothing. And why can't we just say we want to do on that one maybe something higher than 3.07% increase? Because you're basically looking at Dudley's time to put the sticker on. You're not looking at code. You're not looking at all that other stuff. I don't know when we send that stuff over, we don't have to pay when we send those derelict golf carts over? They pay us?
Correct. Once it gets to the main line.
Okay, on that one, but I just think that should be more. I just think, plus then we've got the noisy golf carts, and then if we ever decide to do the vehicle checking again, look at how much staff time that takes, and to say that if we don't put an increase now, we're not going to be able to do it for another year.
And I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, we could always come back with noticing mid-year and change the rate. So, I mean, if there were particular fees that you would like us to look into and establish an increase beyond CPI, again, with the vehicles, my understanding is I know it's COVID, so it's a bit odd, but typically for the year, most of those would have been paid by now. So really, with that one, it wouldn't really come into effect until next vehicle season.
April.
So, if that was one in particular we wanted to look at, we could look to come up with the rate and notice it and revise it before next April for the next vehicle season.
I'm not opposed to bringing that one back after all of our changes. I'd like to bring that one back with the 10% increase on it for next meeting. Are we voting on these tonight, or is this just opening the public hearing to get the information?
You are voting on them this evening. And the reason it's based on the fees going into effect July 1st, because hopefully we have our budget adopted by then, and then everything's, because he incorporates that into the budget.
Okay, but how can we have a budget adopted if we haven't even...
I'm explaining to you why it's on the cycle of July 1st. that's all.
Oh,
We
okay.
can bring new fees in at any time through the year, as long as we public notice that we're going to be discussing a fee and possibly adopting it.
I think I hear what you're saying, Cindy, but I think if we waited a little longer and we looked at that, it's going to be more than 10%. If it's $33 now, 10% is $3 more for a golf cart.
Oh, I see. You're saying revamp the whole vehicle fees together, bring it back in July for further
For
discussion?
the golf cart one, because, or whenever, no,
Autoettes.
if it takes a little longer, because right now, anybody between now and July are going to pay what the current rates are, because this doesn't go into effect until July 1.
Okay.
So whatever the $30, whatever they pay now is all they're going to pay. But by the time we come around to next April and do it, I would like to really see what that is when you look at, I just know it's more than $3. It just has to be more than $3. That's ridiculous.
Okay, so I misunderstood. So bringing this one back for another council meeting down the road to look at the fees to be changed before April.
Right.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Right.
I'm okay with that.
And I have and I'm sure you all have questions too, but I'll just keep going, and then you can all go. The beach. So, and I appreciate that's on there, but the beach fees or whatever. Okay, so, and I know Ole, is this something he's talked about for years, and that's fine, and I've never had a problem with it. The little weddings on the beach, okay? So, I'm just not sure if when you put that in there, if that's what you're thinking about, like the weddings on the beach. Is that the first answer that question?
My understanding is yes. Again, that's a recreation fee. I spoke with Dan. I think when I was discussing with Dan, it was more like the chili cook-off or the wine mixer. And again, events that are affiliated with the city, the fee wouldn't apply. But I think it was more where there's a large section of the beach that is fenced off to the general public, and there's some admission charge to enter. I think that was the nature of the fee. I don't know if it was really intended for, say, a small wedding for a few minutes. I think it was, at least in discussions with Dan, my understanding it was more the large events where a section of the beach is blocked off for a period of several hours.
It is also for weddings, the ones that have been setting up chairs that are sitting there for hours at a time that take up the spot.
Right.
So it's just not the ones where you're just exchanging.
Okay, so yeah, whatever. I don't know how you're going to figure that out, but I don't know how you're going to be able to figure that out. But I know that Mark Alte's really the only other one that sets up chairs. I don't really set up chairs, but he's willing. I know he'll be willing to work with whatever the city comes up with. So that's good. And the dinghy's $30 a year. That seems pretty cheap to me.
I believe it's 50.
50.
And again, the intent, and that's for an annual fee for dinghies that are left at the dock overnight. And really the intent isn't necessarily to fully recover the cost of the benefit, but at least a portion of it, considering right now I could tie up a dinghy, use it provided I move it, every 3 nights, and there would be 0 harbor associated fees that I would pay for that benefit that I'm receiving. And so I think the intent behind that was to, at least have some level of fee associated with it to make sure that, one, any dinghy that's on there is truly being used, and it does make the owner think, do I want to leave it in or not? So that could potentially help with some congestion, but it's really just for a nominal charge, so there is kind of some skin in the game, if you will,
right,
for people using the harbor for that.
But it's mainly because the 30 was how many dinghies there are, I think.
The 30 was I called JJ and said approximately how many dinghies are tied up.
And those are local people's dinghies.
Those are local people. So I'm not talking about a dinghy coming in for the afternoon and tying back up with their boat. This is really just for people who leave a dinghy in the harbor year-round. Currently, there's no fee, and I'm not looking to put a $1 a night fee, but really just some nominal fee to help recoup some of staff's cost for maintaining the dinghy dock.
And no program has been developed on this. I mean, it's going to take a while to
I
flush
totally
out
get it.
everything before we can even implement
I think $50 is cheap.
I don't. Not at all.
Okay, I do.
And the reason I say that is more than 50% of those boats on that dock belong to larger boats that are on moorings. So,
Well, I know, we've got 2 on there, and we don't have a big boat. So-
okay, you guys could give a donation to the city, but,
As I said, there's a lot of things to flesh out, how we'll
Yeah.
actually, and it's just to have it on there if we are to implement any type of program on it.
Okay, well, I think so.
yeah.
Okay, we'll definitely go ahead with that. Okay, that's all I had. Go ahead, Marissa, yeah. Did you have questions or?
I just had a couple comments. I called and talked to Matt earlier, and thank you for incorporating all my answers into the presentation tonight. One of the big ones was the mooring fee increase and what that dollar amount would be per year. Annie and I are the seated ones here now. That it was kind of an unfortunate circumstance when we raised mooring fees and changed the dates around before. It created a significant financial hardship for our local community, and it really only, the revenue coming to the city was only from our local community. It wasn't from outside boaters, so that didn't seem too fair. The way this looks, though, it sort of spreads it around so that really a bulk of the revenue that we'll receive is in those summer months. So thank you for that. The other question that a member of the community asked me, and I sorted that out today, is that for public records request, that somebody who initiates a public records request, if they received copies, physical copies of something that is printed, that they are charged a fee. It's 11 cents per page. So there was the answer to that question. And then we explained that the 10% increases on those. The other one that, Matt, we talked about was on some of the planning fees and some of the public works fees, that there are a barrage of those fees that are only at cost instead of cost plus. So hypothetically, we have an engineer review some plans, cost the city $400. We're passing that on direct to the customer. What about administrative fees associated with that?
So again, and that's what I was hoping to clarify in the cleanup. I believe the engineering fees in particular was one set up similar to this middle one I have on the screen, where there's a processing fee that said 20%, and then a list of fees underneath it that said cost. And so the intent behind it, and it maybe wasn't clear as it was laid out in the fee schedule, would be that everything underneath that 20% is what would get the cost plus 20%. So it would be the cost, and then there would be either, we call it a staff coordination processing fee of 20%.
Okay.
So it would be a cost plus 20. So anytime you see a cost, you should see likely in a row above it a 20% outlining and we've called it different things, but usually we put staff coordination. And so what we're really trying to say, and when we finalize this, we can clean it up so it's clear that anytime we are charging something out at cost, there is a 20% staff coordination processing fee, what have you, on top of whatever that cost is. So if there is an engineering fee on there that says cost, I believe a couple of rows above it, there is a row that says 20%, and it says processing fee or something to that extent. So again, this is, I think, one of the challenges of when we send this out to each department. Every department kind of had their own way of showing that. So I'm hoping when we finalize this, we can clean this up. But any fee that has a cost, there should be in a row or two above it a 20% application fee, something along those lines. So really, when we're saying cost, it is a cost plus 20%. Just different departments had different ways of essentially saying that.
And my last question was, were there any increases in community services?
There were. So they were also subject to the CPI of 30%, which meant for most of the youth programs, the rate went from $37 to $38. There is a number of rec programs that Community Services puts on where we hire an outside consultant or a contractor, and so that has a cost plus markup as well, where we receive a portion of whatever that vendor or contractor's services are. So they did go up in recreation by 3%. So in most cases, so youth sports may have gone from $37 to $38.
Okay, I did see that. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. I'm specifically talking about pages 17 and 18. Skate park facility rentals, Joe Machado Field, Tremont, special events, Wrigley Stage, and street banners.
Those all did
increase?
go up by 3%. So, a nominal amount for most of them, a couple dollars, but they all did increase by 3%.
Okay, it just didn't show the before and the after, so it was a little unclear.
And it's something we need to work on to kind of standardize. Each department kind of has their own way of showing it, and then when I get them, I put them all together, but we definitely can improve in that area, and so I'll take that into consideration.
Great, that's all I have.
And I want it noted that the Avalon Transit, the pass on the ride is still staying at $2. Your those fees are all staying the same, and that's on page 15 of your fee schedule.
Counselor?
The only other question I had on the community services side was if we wanted to list the pier as a special event location or not. I know we talked about it in previous years. I think it's only been used ever for one event, but off-season, it's actually a really interesting spot to host events.
Where's that at, Lisa? I'm sorry.
Page 14, if we could just add it as a listed item of a special event location and see what the feasibility of that would be with fire and harbor.
And it was a very nice event that was at the base.
It was a very nice event.
Pleasure Pier, yes.
You're not going to get me to say no to fees.
Right? What a great idea.
Yeah, and I think, again, anytime we put a fee, we're not, we've got to have a cost to justify it. But I think similar to the justification for the fees for JMF or for the beach, we would still need staff time to make sure that, the setup went smoothly and that, the takedown, city property wasn't damaged in either the setup or takedown. So I think that there would be the justification there.
Okay. And then I don't disagree with Cindy about the cost of the overnight permit maybe being slightly high. I'm wondering if we need to do a phased-in approach with the dinghy permit potentially. So I'll leave it at that, and we can discuss that if you guys think we need to.
And again, right now we're still fleshing out the details of that program, so there wouldn't be a fee going into effect upon this adoption because we would want a program in place of how we would actually permit, how would we actually enforce. And right now, it's my understanding the harbor is still formulating that, so this is really just on here, so we wouldn't have to have a separate item to bring this back. But again, the amount was really just for some skin in the game, but I appreciate the feedback that some of the boat owners are paying in different ways for that service for the dinghy dock. So that's something to consider as well.
And also just to throw out there the 72-hour rule, like I would assume that we would maintain that gets us to get everybody out there checking the boats every 72 hours, so that would be good to keep that.
That's in the municipal code, so definitely that would be still intact.
So maybe even a compensation for a tender too versus an actual individual tender, yeah.
And then is it, I think we've discussed this before, so it may not be possible, is it something that would be possible similar to how other cities may offer certain recreation items at a discounted price for residents versus non-residents? Would it be possible to have mooring fee set up to offer a price for residents versus non-residents?
Again, my understanding is that that's not the case.
It has to be equal for equal.
Right. That's the Lands Commission.
Yeah.
We talked about that earlier today too, and that's part of, I believe, the Coastal Commission regulates that, but the state lands. But the question was specifically about a majority of our local vessel owners are, say, 45 feet under. So could we do a 5% increase there and a 10% increase for over that? And the answer was no. So.
Good to know. That's it. Yeah.
And Mayor, before you open up the public hearing, I just want to make a correction. So if you were to make the motion to approve at whatever level, that the resolution will be modified, and we'd be having in the third whereases, we'd have to add the planning fees that we'd have to note it in the resolution, as well as putting that we had publicly noticed it twice in the local paper. So.
Okay. Well, and then on your list to add a departs, you want to put casino dock on there since there's
There already is a permit fee for that.
I believe there is a permit fee for that, and it's I believe, a relatively small
I
amount.
think it's $35.
And so that's something I could bring back to Dan, and again, maybe when we look at the vehicle fee, we can also look at that fee as well. I'm not sure why the cost for that would be less, only because my understanding the level of staff service would be similar to make sure that the property wasn't damaged in any setup or takedown. So I'm not sure why that one is less, but I would have to follow up.
Well, the other one's only $28. For City Park and Canary Park, those are only $28.
This is Scott. If I could just note that because we've probably noticed this, that we can only adopt these fees or reduce these fees. Any raises or fees or new fees, we could do that when we clean up the other items. And that can be done at any time as long as you put the notice in the newspaper.
Okay. Any other comments before I open the public hearing? I'd like to open the public hearing for comments. Is there anybody outside? Oh, you were outside. Sorry.
Hello, Carl Johnson. I'm here to talk about the fees, and I don't think I'm in favor of the new fees. I'm also in favor of justifying fees like $3,500 loss on a dinghy dock and justifying why that needs to be paid. But I'm not in favor of a 3% increase across the board, and I'll explain why. Currently, we're in a recession. Right now, these fees are paid by residents and business owners. Residents have been out of work. Business owners have not been making revenue. And so these increases are going to impact the people that are paying them. On top of that, I don't think the justification for increasing them is valid because the city's services are limited. They've been decreased, and I don't think raising the fees is the answer. I think enforcement is the answer. We talk about this in almost every topic. We're not enforcing things. We're not enforcing dog licenses. Why are you going to punish the person that pays the $37 dog license and not punish the person that doesn't buy the dog license to begin with? So I'm here asking that you do a little more work on what justifies an increase and what doesn't, and not just do a blanket increase, because it's not going to help with the enforcement and the people that are actually paying it. So.
I'm hearing what you're saying.
But you'll all vote aye on this, right?
What's that?
But you'll all vote yes on this, right? So
Well, I don't know.
Carl, we hear you.
This is a public hearing.
Right. You guys hear me, but then you end up voting for it anyways. So
Well-
I'm very concerned about this, and even though it's just $1 here and $1 there, this year, this is based off of a CPI before this pandemic hit, and I don't think it reflects our current situation. So.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Do you have anything on the computer thing? Anybody called in?
There was one, and just to clarify and provide staff with the context, if you do take the CPI from April to April, instead of the 30%, it would be just under 1%. So just in recognition to his point, again, our assumption as far as staff services is that, as visitors return, the level of services will also return, as well as the added costs associated with them. But the CPI, if you were to look at it from April, is just under 1%. So
This has to come before us once again, though, correct?
No.
Oh, no. Okay.
What's the other public comment that we
there's
have?
one public comment. Kathleen Hill Carlisle writes, just to keep in mind a couple of the proposed budget increases. There are very few things in Avalon that are free. The dinghy dock is a prized one of those things. You can walk down and see from the looks of most local dinghies, they are not wealthy boat owners. They are a way for locals to access the water, fishing, etc. If these same people had these small boats on the mainland, they would keep them in their yards or driveways and tow and launch them into public ramps. We don't have that privilege here. Just keep that in mind, Kathleen.
Interesting comment, too. Okay, council, other discussion, direction?
If the concerns are that this is too much, and this will affect the town, which I agree, that's not what I want to do. What's the next option? You said it's lower than CPI?
So if for the ones, and Scott may have to correct me, my understanding is we can't always go lower than what was in the proposed schedule, but not higher. So in theory, anyone that had a CPI increase of 30%, I believe so, without having to come back, you could lower it to using the CPI, or you could use any lower number, but if you wanted to use the rationale of CPI, you could use the April CPI number. Again, the reason I didn't use the April CPI number when I was coming up with the schedule is I felt April was an outlier as far as the months. It's hard to predict the future, but I felt April was an outlier and December was a better indicator. And the other kind of thing to keep in mind is there's always been a delay when we increase our rates by CPI. So last year, when we increased our rates by CPI, we were using a prior year number as well. So we're kind of playing catch up in a way when we're using CPI. So even though costs in April might now have CPI lower, for the whole year as CPI was increasing, that wasn't necessarily the case. But my understanding is, in theory, for any of the ones where we use CPI, we could use that lower number, which was, I want to say, about 0.8%, so just like I said, under 1%. And again, for most of the fees, they probably wouldn't go up by that dollar if they went up by $1, but they may still end up going by the dollar. It just really would depend per fee. So.
And Matt is correct that you could, the purpose of this hearing is to set forth what the maximum is. You could lower it by going with 2% CPI or 1% CPI. If that was the council's inclination, what I would suggest you do is to make a motion to do that, and then that motion would pass, and then I think at the next meeting that we have, just for clarity, even though the fees would be in effect today, that the next meeting you just bring back a cleaned up resolution that would have what those fees, what the reduced fees actually are, so that we have a clean schedule that you have seen before you adopt it. But it would be a re-adoption of it. But I think it would be good to have a clean resolution with the reduced fees on it.
Well, okay.
Can I make another comment also? After
Can we close the public hearing if there's no more comments?
No.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Carl.
So if you stick with the CPI of 2019, can we assume that next year when this is brought to our attention that the fees will be lower? It's like when we have an economic downturn, when is the inflation going to stop? When is there going to be some deflation or something like that? That's what I'm trying to figure out. If it's not now, next year, is there going to be a decrease or is it still going to be another increase? Every year there's an increase, just like the gas station. There's always an increase in the price, but never a reduction in the price. It's like, when is the current time going to be reflected? And if it's not now, will we see this next year? Will we see it reflected
and
next year?
there's no guarantee because costs go up. What did our insurance just go up? The thing is, there are people that put costs on us that what is our insurance going up and all of that stuff? It's
right. Those are justified cost increases. If you can justify a specific thing having to go up even more than 10%, I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing just saying, okay, everything's up 3%.
Right.
That's if you can justify each and every increase, that's fine. But if you are just putting an increase on everything, when it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
So a couple just top of my head are not to pick on pension costs, but our employer pension costs are going up. So not even the unfunded liability, just the amount we pay towards each employee. It varies based on the type of employee, but on some it's a 10% increase. As I mentioned earlier, citywide, the unfunded pension liability is going up by 80,000, so it's about a 9% increase. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but my understanding is our general liability insurance costs, which I believe is what Annie was referring to, also increased by near 10%. And so dollar amount wise, that'd probably be another 40,000. And so, unfortunately, we do have rising costs, and some of our costs don't necessarily reflect the COVID moment. In some ways, they do reflect the COVID moment in the sense that insurance costs are anticipated to increase as a result of situations like this. So, I can't speak to every cost, but our costs as a city generally are rising, and so the reason we have a CPI increase is so we at least have some measure to recoup some of those added costs, especially when costs increase more than CPI. But I appreciate that these are all fees primarily paid by locals, and it's I understand the concerns shared, but the rationale on our part is we're looking for ways to recoup these added costs we're facing.
Right.
And the machines that we use, the cost of the fuel for the fire truck, for the harbor patrol boats, for all the supplies that Chief Krug has to purchase, all our safety equipment, cost of our copiers just to get the agenda out and everything. All of this, they may seem like it doesn't cost anything, but they do. And it is something that we've continually have put in our budget to do a rate analysis of all this, so we would know if we're under or over on things, and we always yank it out because of our budget. So
and because our rate analysis is how many tens of thousands of dollars?
Yeah,
it's like $40,000 or $50,000, right, for a rate analysis? Something crazy. Last time we did one.
I'm not aware, but if I had to guess, I would say it would be in the tens of thousands. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't mind. The one thing I don't mind right off the top is the 10% for the harbor. I would go with that 10% for the harbor, because he easily showed how. So in that one, and then on the. Well, I'm going to make that comment first, and you all come up with something else.
Well, that wasn't are we closed with the public hearing? Are we back up just amongst us?
Yeah, closed.
Was there any other public comment?
I don't have any other comments, no.
Okay. So something that Carl said that sparked in my mind is, why don't we go out and enforce the fees and the issues that we have at hand? And, as we know, we only have so many persons in code enforcement, and we only have so many sheriff's deputies and all of that. At some point, it would be great if we looked into some sort of volunteer type opportunity for, if it's even possible for code enforcement and whatnot, because there is a lot of missed revenue with those that aren't following the rules, but the city doesn't have the funding to be able to pay for more code enforcement, so to speak. So I don't even know how other cities do that, but that is a true statement that if we went after, dogs that are running around that are unlicensed, the vehicles that don't have the stickers on them. We could have 9 code enforcement officers and still not get to everything that's not being, the rules that aren't being followed or whatnot. So it'd be great to look at some sort of community policing opportunity as well.
All they have to do is take a picture of it and send it to City Hall.
But then, how do you prove that? Because then you've got, you send that to City Hall and they just automatically ticket them?
It's an administrative citation, and it's $100. So if some dog shits and you see the dog and they don't pick it up, or you see an unsticker golfer, you take a picture of the golf cart and it's dated on your phones, and you send those to City Hall. Am I making sense?
You are correct, Mayor. Now, the dog licensing thing, it's easy on the outside to think that none of it's being enforced, and the public is not aware of the ones that we send letters to, that we track down. Now, pre-COVID, we could do all kinds of things with our vehicles, but I have to make it known publicly that we have not been enforcing our no city stickers on our golf carts because of the COVID situation. People haven't been able to get to the DMV, so we are really in a sticky situation right now with DMV plates not being current, with city permits. So we are trying to figure out how we are going to unwind this and how much time we're going to give to the public and what that time frame will be. And we will definitely be reporting that to you at council. And if it's something that you need to buy in, then definitely it will be on an agenda item then, as well as we will be putting in the local paper repeatedly. Because right now we're thinking like 2 months to give people, but we still have to figure out how that's going to unfold, and we have to consult with legal as far as some of the topics of it.
So then I guess how are you trying to wrap it all up for a decision? You just...
I want you all to comment, number one, because they're asking us to discuss and determine an appropriate fee increase. And I guess the appropriate fee increase for the harbor for me is the 10%. Now, there seems to be a little bit of discussion, or a little bit, on the CPI based on what Carl said. I personally think we just have to do it. It's going to be how long before we get back to normal in city? It's forever. And when you really look at these little increases, I'm sorry, it is $1 here and $1 there. I mean, I don't even know how much money that would even generate, you know. So I think it's got to be reasonable. Maybe it doesn't make the most sense to somebody like Carl, but when we see, and I know, Carl, you watch us when we go through these budget meetings, and it's a disaster. And I don't think $2 here and $2 there is going to keep somebody from doing $1 from keeping them into a recreation program, or for issuing a permit for a dishwasher, it's $1 increase. I mean, I just see this stuff is so minimal that, so that's all.
Mayor, maybe we could break it up in 2 pieces. So if you're going to approve or not approve the CPI of all the other fees minus the harbor fees, and then we could just talk about harbor fees and which percentage.
Okay, so let's talk about just the general city fees first before harbor. Is there a discussion or a motion on what?
I'm fine with the general fees being the CPI, so.
Okay. And you want to turn that into a motion?
I make a motion to approve everything but the harbor at this time.
Okay.
For the CPI.
Is there a second? I'll make the second.
I'll second.
You did second?
I'll second it.
Okay, go ahead, Elise. Okay.
I'll second, and with regard to discussion, we continually have conversations about how we don't have the funds to do certain things, but then when it comes to increasing things, I think we tend to not want to go too crazy, and knowing that there's a lot ahead of the city and trying to improve aspects of things that are offering. I don't disagree with Carl in this being a challenging year for everyone, but there are certain sectors of what the city has to do that aren't going down and are going significantly up. So to not try to play catch up right now, I think only shoots us in the foot in the future, unfortunately. So second.
Any other comments?
No, I think Lisa actually just answered, so.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember LaBelle?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye. Now we'll talk about the harbor fees.
Could you go back to that slide for us, Matt, please?
So this is, the slide I have pulled up here is the nightly mooring rates based on the size of the mooring, with a comparison to the rate for one night at the Isthmus. Again, I have the CPI, the 5% and the 10%.
I would just note, for the council's sake, that the one difference between these fees and the other fees you've discussed are these fees for the use of city property, kind of like rental fees, and the maximum here is, quote, what the market will tolerate. So these do not necessarily, mooring fees are not based on actual cost, they're based on market cost.
Okay, thank you.
And could you go to the next slide, please?
I believe this is the slide we're looking for. So this is what I tried to do here is annualize. So if I had a boat not on a mooring I owned and was paying nightly rates during the peak season and paying by 4 get 3 in the shoulder and the 2 and 5 in the winter, and I rounded to the nearest 100, approximately what that would mean annually for a boater. So a boater with a boat 50 to 59 feet with a 10% increase would see an increase approximately of $1,400 in the next year. So from $1,380 to $1,520. And again, as that goes down, the reason they're not going to equal exactly 10%, 5% is mainly due to the rounding by the day. So if it didn't make for the full dollar, some of them might be slightly above, slightly below. So if I have a 30-foot or under on a mooring where I'm paying a nightly fee, if we went with the 10%, it would increase from $8,200 a year to $9,000 a year, approximately. And then again with the 10% increase on the leased moorings, as you can see, a 30-foot boat would go from the $1,403 with a $140 increase to $1,543 if we were to carry that over. Again, this was the slide, I apologize, I didn't complete, but the bottom larger numbers aren't the increased amount, but they are the total amount that person would pay for the year on a leased mooring.
Is it, this goes back to the whole, not sure with the State Lands Commission, but let's say leased moorings, if I were to make a motion for leased moorings to increase 10%, but harbor mooring rates, the non-lease, the annualized for individual nights at 5%, is that a possibility?
I believe so, but I think that's a question for Scott if it's based on the market rate.
And is that an absolute nightmare for the harbor to figure out too? I would want to take that into just.
They would have a fee schedule in front of them.
I don't,
okay.
And JJ can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think having a 5% increase for one and a 10% increase for the other, provided Scott doesn't have any exception or issue with that. From an administering standpoint, I don't believe that would present any challenges for us.
They are our contract or lease with the state lands provides that we cannot discriminate. These are different types of leases. There's the owned mooring. They are different types of properties, and so I believe that a differential between the two would be upheld because they are different types of moorings.
So in normal terms, was that a yes, we could do that?
I believe that was a yes.
Sorry.
I don't know why. Maybe it's getting a little bit older, but I can't hear very well when Scott's talking, so I feel bad about that. But yeah, I was going to say because it seems like a lease is a lease and a nightly is a rental, which would seem like two different things. That's what I would propose. That doesn't impact our local community as greatly as, and that handles my other concern where I wanted to keep it the smaller, 50 foot and under or whatever, which is a majority of what our locals are. So.
And the one thing I'd ask to clarify, there were some other harbor service fees in there, towing, things of that nature. Would we be looking at if we were to bifurcate, would we be looking for those other harbor services at the 5% or the 10%? So I spent a lot of my time focusing on the increase in the nightly mooring and the leased mooring rates, but I did apply the options of increases of CPI 5 or 10% to all harbor services, whether that's mooring, whether that's usage of the crane, things of that nature. So if we were going to bifurcate, I just want that clarified. If, in addition to the leased versus the nightly moorings, what increase we would be looking for those other harbor services, such as towing, for example. I don't know.
JJ, did you want to say something?
Regarding the lease fees, now keep in mind that the majority of the lease fees are people that live here, that work here. There's not a whole lot of people from the mainland that is leasing our moorings. These are all islanders. So when you talk about a 10% increase, just keep that in mind.
That's what Cindy's saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I was saying the lease moorings because the impact for a lease mooring is, what was it, $100 a year versus a nightly annualized at $800.
And again, it would vary based on the size, but for the leased mooring, say 40, 45 foot, and 30 foot, it would be $140 or to $188 a year increase. If it would be about $200, well, closer to $300 for the 50 foot for the year, and closer to $350 for the 60 foot and over for the year. But you are right, the amount would be in the highest end if we were to do it that way, $350 compared to $800 for the people paying a nightly rate. So the increase would be significantly more if you were to go for the 10% for the nightly.
So we're talking harbor mooring rates 10%? Is that what we're talking? And then the lease rates would be something other than that?
It's opposite. I think it's
The opposite, yeah. I'm saying
Lease
that
moorings,
the
10%.
harbor mooring rates annualized at 5% and the lease rates at 10%, and I would say services at, I would just put it out there in the motion, services at the 10%.
Yeah.
The services is currently a towing fee, $73, would go up to $80, $7 for a towing fee. Which generally doesn't Vessel Assist pay for reimburse for towing fees as well, or not?
No, that's our cost when we have to move a boat off a mooring that maybe your owner's coming in on. We tow that boat.
But an owner has the option to move that boat themselves.
No, what I'm saying is that you own a mooring and you called to reserve your mooring. Fire chief has his boat on the mooring, but he's out playing golf. So now we have to move that mooring, that boat, so you can get onto your $400,000 mooring. That's where the tow fee comes into effect.
Okay, but I'm right, what I just said, in terms of Chief could stop playing golf and come in and move
Exactly.
his boat. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
we make the call and have
So the
them-
towing fee is like a convenience fee.
Yeah.
Right, but that's the tow fee is our, and we don't get reimbursed from Vessel Assist or anything like that.
Okay.
We can call Vessel Assist if that person has advised us that Vessel Assist will move their boat, then we can call them. But if they're out on the ocean doing something and they're not here, then we move it, and that's the cost that we're referring to.
That's what I'm saying, it's more of a convenience fee.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, the service fees at 10%. Now explain to me again, the harbor mooring rates are for basically the visitors that come.
The harbor mooring rates are for anybody who's got a vessel on a mooring in the harbor.
That they own or don't own?
That they own or they don't own. Okay. The city owns, 50 moorings that they lease on an annual basis. So if you're on Whiskey 17, you are leasing that mooring, that's your mooring for the year, and in the wintertime, you can come into the harbor for no additional cost. In the summertime, when the harbor's full, you move out to your Whiskey 17 mooring, and you're out there. So you're sort of guaranteed that mooring year-round because you're leasing that like a rental payment for the year.
And that's a harbor mooring rate.
So there's three categories.
But you're saying lease twice.
So there's someone who owns a mooring and they can tie up and they pay an annual fee associated with it, but they own the mooring and they're not paying a nightly rate.
Right.
So that's one category. That's a person who owns their mooring. The second category, and this is where, while it's primarily visitors, there are locals that also do pay this rate. This is the nightly mooring rate, and so that's where every night in the peak season, you'd pay 7 days a week to have your boat on a mooring.
Right.
And then we have the shoulder rate and the winter rate in the slower seasons. And then the third category is there are some individuals, and again, primarily locals, that lease a mooring from the city. They pay an annual rate. The annual rate is, generally speaking, less than what you would pay if you were paying a nightly rate for the whole year. And again, that is primarily locals that lease from the city that may have to move, I guess my understanding is, during the year, but ultimately they're guaranteed at least somewhere to tie up for the year with that lease.
Yeah, okay.
And so, just to clarify, as I understand, that annual lease, we're looking at potentially to increase it by 10%. Other service charge like that towing as well, increased by 10%, but the nightly mooring rates that are paid by primarily visitors but also by locals, we're looking at a 5% increase. I'm just trying to summarize, is that the general consensus?
And the 10% goes to not just services, who else?
The annual lease
annual
payers.
lease.
So the annual lease payers, so if I had a 30-foot mooring that I leased from the city, I would go from paying $1,400 for the year to, or $1,403 for the year to $1,543 for the year. So there would be a $140 increase for the year, or $11 a month, or.
And then that 60 and above would be $300 and some dollars.
Yeah, and again, I apologize. This was the slide where I changed the presentation midway through, but the 50 a year, the rate would go to $3,094 compared to the current at $2,813.
Okay. All right. So you want to make a motion?
That was my motion. Do you want me to repeat it?
Please.
So the motion is to increase the leased mooring rates by 10% as well as services in the harbor, and to only increase by 5% for the annualized nightly mooring fees.
Can we just say the nightly mooring fees instead of the...
Yes, nightly mooring fees. So noted.
Okay. JJ, are you kind of happy with this?
Can you say your motion again, please?
Sure. Okay. Let me get it correct this time. So the motion would be to increase harbor leased mooring fees by 10% as well as harbor services by 10%, but a 5% increase for nightly mooring fees.
Okay. I just want to make sure I had it correct. It just...
Me too.
Yeah.
How's that sound?
You know, again, I'm at a disadvantage. I don't own a boat, so I'm sure there are going to be some people that are upset. But you know, there's a lot of services that are being provided, and we're not recouping the cost for that stuff. So, you know, we'll enforce anything you put down.
No. Okay. Well.
Don't say it.
No, just don't. You know what I'm thinking? Okay, never mind. Okay, so you got a motion there. I'll second it. Further conversation, discussion? Call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye. Okay.
So now what you would need is you would need to adopt the resolution with the combined motions that you adopted. So it will be a resolution with the CPI, and then the resolution with the harbor rates that was voted on the previous motion.
Okay. So
moved.
Okay, they're so moved by Lisa. Second?
I'll second.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye. All right, now I believe we're going into closed session.
We're going into closed session. This is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Paragraph 1 of subdivision 54956.9, name of case, George versus Avalon, case number 19LB-CV6009.
Thank you. I guess we'll have Scott in the other room too?
No, I'm not going to be in there. We're not handling the case. One of Parsec's attorney is. So everyone have a good evening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Speak to you on Thursday, Scott.
Yes, I will see you on Thursday.
Oh, we're going to hit the house.
Are we going into the little room? Denise?
You are currently the only person in
That's
this
why I was like,
conference.
don't say it. Don't instigate it. Then we should forward several of those emails.
Pretty good, Jeanette.
Bye, Scott.
Are we supposed to evacuate?
Yeah,
Oh my God, now let's take this thing off.
It got cold in here.
I know.
It's just itchy. I feel like this.
And I believe we're back from closed session. City Manager?
There is no reportable action.
Thank you. Tony, if you're watching, good night.
Good night, Tony.
Meeting adjourned.